What's going on tonight, guys? Hope things are all good. Got bacon, bourbon, and blue collar on here tonight with bullshit. I know I screwed your name up, but it's got it's got a lot of nouns in there, buddy. Got what, four nouns in there? So it's
Yeah, well, there's another bacon and bourbon, so I can't just go by bacon and bourbon.
I got you. Um, hey Keith, how's it going today, buddy? I know we're texting back and forth. The reason we switched the time was because D originally had some kind of delivery or something at that time, and he asked me earlier in the week if we could switch it to two, and we did. Well, unfortunately, D was a little bit under the weather today, and he didn't really want to go on live because of his voice. He was, as there's a lot of crap going around right now, and he's not feeling the best, and that's why I pulled James in here, and we're going to do the live tonight. And I wanted to push it back to 7 because I like doing the 7 o'clock one. And yeah, that's really life on 18 wheels, Keith. By the way, that's posted in there. What's going on tonight, there, Jonah Green? So you're in the chat, but you're not on camera, 18. Well, the reason he's in there is because it that way it goes out on his channel too. So anytime that one of us can't show up, we're going to put it on our channel also, so it gets live streamed, and that way he gets the likes and comments on his too. It's kind of a double whammy type thing. So he's telling you, yeah, bro, I'm currently sick as a dog, unfortunately. He says, please excuse my manners. Hey, Fly Rabbit, how are you doing? Well, I'm doing great. Like I said, I got James on here. As you can tell, James is in the hotel. He decided to leave the company he's with. I don't know if he wants to put that out there, but I don't think too many people is looking at his channel. He's
No.
he's come to Schneider too, um, on my backing or whatever, because I told him that, you know. And again, I'm not, like I said before, guys, I'm not really recruiting or anything. It's just James has been following me for a while, and he actually had thought about Schneider before I even talked him into it. So that's kind of where we're at with that. Anybody that does want to come over, please don't hesitate to contact me. Um, I will help you guys out. But like I said, I don't really want to heavily recruit anybody over here until I've been here for a while, and honestly, I just kind of have laid off of it. Right now with the two Cowboys that are on there doing their recruiting, and as y'all notice, they haven't put out a video in a long time, but it's kind of put a bad taste in everybody's mouth. And the guys that I recruited over to JB Hunt when I was there, um, I mean, almost all of them are still there as far as I know. Nobody's moved. The only people that have moved is me and Poppy. So whatever I did recruiting, I mean, I did something right because they just didn't jump up and leave. What's going on tonight, Ron? How are you, bud? Keith says, sorry to hear that, 18. You got the stomach bug or you got an upper respiratory bug? And he says both. And what's going on tonight, Alicio? So we got 11 people in here. So why don't we do this? We all know that you're at Schneider at the room. You're at the exact same place I was about 30 days ago.
Yep.
Anything else going on with you for the week that we just passed? How was your week at your last company? Did you do good?
Yeah, end up with a $2,000 paycheck, so you can't beat that. I just you know, they run you ragged at that place. So you can always make money there, but you can only run like that until you start getting burned out, you start getting unhealthy. And they knew I'd run 5,000 miles a week, and they gave me everything I could handle. So I got to the point I was just like, you know what? So when I called Schneider, everybody would always tell me, no, you can't come here. And I've been trying to come here since they started this board years ago. And they always said, nope, you're in Florida, you're in Florida, you're in Florida. And then I finally, when I met you, that's when I called over and said, I know somebody who lives in Florida who he literally lives in the town next to mine. He lives 10 minutes from me. I was like, why can't I do it? And she's like, well, who's telling you no? The recruiter? I'm like, yeah, well, I had a list of them. I told them all people. They've always been told me no for years. And then they finally looked that all up and seen that there's like 50 drivers in Florida. And then, of course, they got to look at your record and all that stuff to see that you ain't a bonehead and got a bunch of tickets and accidents and stuff. But yeah, then Then they're like, okay, yeah, no problem. You're in.
Shoot, they got more than 50 drivers in Florida. I'll tell you that because I see
Well, I
them all.
mean, in our area.
I got you. I got you. What's going on tonight, Pop Tart? How are you? Don't really have a lot to talk about, guys. With D not being here, don't have any news. I didn't have time to really look at anything. The only thing that I really wanted to talk about, and I happened to catch it on another YouTube live, and I kind of wanted to discuss this with you guys, and I really want everybody to think about this for a second. I cannot confirm or deny the validity of it and if it's true or not, but I've got a really good inkling that it is true. And when I tell you guys this, it's really going to piss a lot of you guys off. So we always talk about drivers coming from other countries and when they come over here and they start driving for us. So, and I'll give the channel here in a minute who it is, and you can go back and watch it for yourself. But anyway, with that being said, if you're a foreign driver, you get a visa to come over here to work. And I'm not going to pick on any nationality or anything like that. It goes for any nationality. You come over here and you work on a visa. Well, guess what? You do not have to have a CDL to drive a truck. All you have to have is your visa and a driver's license. Now, again, I can't validate that for sure, but the guy that did the live video, it was Freight Skater. I don't know if anybody knows who he is. He's out of Prime Inc. He had one of his guests that was on there, and that was the major topic of their show. They had a 3-hour conversation about that. And when you look up his channel, it's spelled really weird. It's FR number 8, and it's spelled out that way, and it's Freight Skater. He's out of Prime. He used to be a flatbedder, but now he's doing reefer. And the only reason he did that, because obviously at a certain age, you get tired. You don't want to, do the flatbed stuff anymore. But anyway, he did that and had a guy on live, and he was of Hispanic descent. Spoke great English. He knows, and it's not him, but he's got brothers that would come over from, again, I don't want to tell you what country, but just use your imagination. They would come over and drive for the however long their visa was, send the money back to their family, and he's the one that told them that you do not have to have a driver's license. Now, according to Freight Skater, he validated that and found that out to be true. And again, I'm not saying it's true or it's not true. I'm just going by with what his channel said. And anybody wants to go and listen to that, go to about the 20-minute mark on that 3-hour live video that he put up. And that's when they start talking to him and start talking about it. And that's what where it came from. So let me get to some of these comments here. Keith says, that sucks, bro. I hope you get better quickly. Popsart says, I was playing with you guys last night. It's actually a test. I guess that's you're talking about Country's show. I actually caught that. You were messing with them a little bit, Pop-Tart. So the wife is on there. Hello, darling. How are you? She's telling Country hi. I don't know if Country is even on here yet. I haven't seen him post anything, darling.
I've seen him up there a little ways.
Oh, is he up there? I didn't see him. Oh, there he is. Hey, Country. I see you now. G80 Sean, ain't no way. That's wild. Yeah, again, like I said, I can't validate that, but I find it. I don't know. I would really like to comment on it more, but I don't really know for sure. Pop-Tart, because as a businessman, I might have to face the situation with people, so I was trying to read everyone. I got you. Businesswoman, that's right. There's my good friend Aquila. She showed up tonight. She was my partner in crime when I went through Schneider's training here a few weeks ago. Glad to have you, Aquila. You're always a good person to talk to on the phone. Country, it's called a non-domiciled CDL, and there is a bunch of requirements to get it. Huh. Okay. So there you go, guys. Country just told us what it is. I don't really know what the requirements are, but interesting. I'll have to look into that. Country said, hey-o. Hey. Tell my wife hello. And KO showed up. What's up, fellas? Where you all at in the world? So I am sitting at Love's in Lake City is where I'm at tonight, heading to Brooksville Walmart in the morning. Actually, tonight, actually. So drop and hook has to be there by midnight. Unfortunately, I ran out of hours. I would have been there today, but you guys that have been to Schneider know how sometimes it's a clurfuckle trying to find a trailer. Well, I had that clurfuckle yesterday, which ran about an hour and a half, 2 hours of my time away because, and this is something for you, country, too. If you ever book a load that goes to Macy's, department stores, they have their big distribution centers. There's several of them I've been to. But if you don't have a code to take an empty trailer out, guess what? You're not taking an empty trailer out. So I sat on hold on a Saturday with the weekend people trying to get this code, and unfortunately they didn't have enough codes for the weekend trailers, so I had to go elsewhere to get an empty trailer. But it took them about an hour and a half to figure that out yesterday. So as it is, I'm about an hour and a half short of making Tampa, Florida tonight. So that's where I say Tampa, but Brooksville. That's where I'm at. I'm literally an hour and a half from Brooksville because of that. Keith, AKO, and you guys are talking to each other. What's up, Keith? I know you guys were talking last night on the live. I know, Keith, you show up to all of them. Aquila, Coase did me that way yesterday, but I was able to pick up one OTW to my next shipper. Okay. Yeah, I've never I have never ran into that issue or that problem before at any carrier. That's a first for me. And Country says, yeah, I was somewhere a couple weeks ago wanting a code. Forgot who that was first, but I heard that. Yeah, that's Macy's. If you ever get a Macy's load. So what happened is there's the Coach purses. There's a place in Jacksonville, and that load went up to Portland, Tennessee, and that's where I went to. So yours didn't have any empties. Well, mine was a little bit different. They had one empty, and then, of course, I got it assigned to me by doing the computer work and stuff, but then they had to take it off of me because we couldn't come up with the code. So there wasn't an empty problem. It was there, and the way they planned it, it was there, but they just didn't. Whoever the nighttime and weekend people, or maybe it was the Monday through Friday people, didn't set up enough codes for the deliveries that weekend. So that was me. Man, there's a lot of things said there with that, but yeah, that what you called it, Country, the non-domiciled CDL. See, I always thought the non-domiciled CDL was kind of like people like you, Country, that doesn't really have a physical address, and you can get a driver's license in Texas. There's a few states that'll let you get a driver's license or a CDL without having a physical address, and I thought that's what non-domiciled CDLs were. I didn't realize it was for the foreigners.
I had a guy from Haiti. He when I was at Refrigerated Express, I think I was telling you about him, where I was having to train people, and he just wasn't cutting it over here. They could, some of those countries, they could come over with what their equivalent CDL is, and if we take it, they'll just issue him a CDL, and that's how that guy got his CDL here. And he'd only driven trash trucks and stuff, but they just, they said, okay, that's fine. So he gets here. Now he's driving a fully loaded semi. I was like, you can't be doing this. This isn't good. So I had to tell them they had to fire him. It took them a couple more tries to get him off the truck. Man, what a liability that guy was. I mean, we'd end up in crazy places. He couldn't back up. I was up all times of the night doing all the work for him. It's a nightmare.
Buddy, when I trained at Swift, I had a guy that kind of fit that same description. And he was from Ethiopia, out of all places. Great guy, great conversation, spoke English just as well as me and you do. You would never know that. If you talked to him on the phone, you wouldn't know he was Ethiopian. But couldn't drive worth a fuck. Excuse my French.
Yes.
Dude, he ran over. He actually popped a tire in Dallas, making a turn on a curb. Popped a tire. We had to physically, one of the places we went to, we had to back in off the street. Wasn't blindsided, but we had to back in off the street, and he ran over a mailbox to that company.
Yeah.
I mean, numerous, cars on the side of the road driving down I-75 or any of the interstates would almost hit them every single time because, almost every trailer has a little bit of a dog leg to the right side. And he just wasn't, didn't have any idea of where his trailer was at any time. He would look in his mirrors. I gave him the constant thing that we're supposed to do, look in your mirrors every, 30 seconds or so. Refused to do that. I'd just look at him over there. He'd be just cruising down the road, just looking straight ahead. I'm like, are you ever going to look in your mirrors and see what's going behind you? Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean, every single time I had issues with him, it literally drove me crazy. And my wife knows the stress that I had. And I only had him for 10 days. And I took him back to the Swift yard, and I called my person that I dealt with. I was like, this guy cannot drive a truck, nor does he have any business even being in a truck, and explained the whole situation to him. And I said, I got to bring him back. He's too much of a liability for me anyways. So I took him back, and he didn't take it too well. He was a little angry, but about a week later, 2 weeks later, I called him up and I see how things were going. Because I did have a little, I don't want to say a friendship, but, we had a talking relationship. And he was with another trainer. Swift put him out with another trainer, and they graduated him. Even after all the stuff that I told him, and even the trainer that he went to said the exact same thing that I did, but they forced him through. Unfortunately, unfortunately, I guess that trainer was either a big company guy that was, rah Swift or whatever, and did whatever they told him, or he didn't have the same opinion that I did. But anyways, he graduated as far as I know. So Pop-Tart says, when you insure people, they need a certain time frame. Driving with a CDL and no violations just to hire someone, but not the non-domicile CDL. Yeah, that's to me, that is just absolutely crazy that they can hire somebody like that, and somebody that's had 20 plus years, or because there for a while I had a small blemish on my record, and I wasn't for sure if I was going to be able to get hired at a couple places. And when I say small blemish, I mean it was literally a lane violation where they said that I didn't use my turn signal, which was bullshit. I did. But what do? Do you argue with the cop when he's standing over on your passenger side talking to you? He gives you the option on the ticket. It was literally a $25 ticket. Not using a turn signal. It wasn't even a moving violation in South Carolina, but all the companies, man, they just had a fucking field day with that ticket. Everybody I talked to. So Pop-Tart says that it's a scam for fleets. I'm sure that it is. Aquila says most foreign drivers use those and they get sponsorship. You can also get a sponsorship for flight school too. Now, see, that scares me even more, especially with what's been going on last week. Being able to fly an airplane to do that is crazy.
There's a lot of those students at school where I'm at in Vero, that little flight school right there. I think it's partnered with the same school up by where you're at FIT, and that red and white company.
Yep.
Yeah, there's tons of them. Some of them 9/11 guys were actually trained in Vero Beach Airport.
They were Sarasota, remember?
It's outrageous.
So Pop-Tart says non-domiciles. Boy, say that many times. Try to say that drunk. Non-domicile CDL is a scam, as I see it from my point of view. Say that the person hit someone or seriously severely accident, lawsuit, go off quickly, but you can't sue nobody. They don't have anything. Yeah, you're exactly right on that. 18, by the way, for whatever reason, your screen went down. I hope that you're still posting on your thing. So if they are using this CDL, it's the way to get out of a lawsuit and put it in a different country. And they don't even live into the start with because they are actually using it here. So let me tell you that. With that being said, the big topic that I listen to on Freight Skaters thing is, you think about it. What they're doing is they're coming into our country, working that way, even though it's legal. It shouldn't be. They're working that way. They're taking whatever money that one of us could have made off of these loads. One of the legal guys They're taking the money away from us on these loads. And you know just as well as I do, the problem with the industry right now are guys like that are taking these cheap freight loads to begin with, and they'll mark them down as far as they can and adjust the rates. But they're taking that money out of our economy and taking it back to their country and producing an economy where they're at. So that's where not only is it a lawsuit issue like what you were talking about, Pop Tart, but it also becomes an issue when you're taking money out of our country, out of our people. Now, again, I give anybody kudos for trying to do the right thing and going about doing it, and bettering themselves. But some of these people, they're not really, they're bettering themselves, but they're bettering their families and they're bettering themselves with their country. They'll come over, like this guy's brothers would come over and work for, 8 months to a year, whatever their time was with that visa. And they would go back and live in their country and then, wait a year or two or whatever the guidelines were. I don't know what the guidelines were. And then they would come back and do it all over again and because I don't know if anybody knows this, but you can go to Mexico with a little bit of American money and you can be pretty good. And there's a lot of countries that are like that. And that's why they work for free, basically. We go through some more of these comments. Aquila, it's cheap labor. They don't care as long as they're making money off of them. That is absolutely true. These big companies don't care. You are 100% right. Only a mega carrier can hire someone who has that because they own their own insurance licenses and they own everything all the way down to the broker's license. That is correct. Like with Swift, for instance, Swift is, even though they required their leased on drivers, or whatever you want to call us, even though they required us to have our own insurance policy, they're still self-insured. And what a lot of guys don't know, and I'm learning this stuff as I go on, I'm in the process of getting my own truck insurance because what happens, and this isn't a dig towards Swift or Schneider, but any of the other companies, a lot of these companies are self-insured. So if you get into a major accident, yeah, they're going to take care of the other person and the truck and all that. But guess what? You're going to be screwed as a person. Your business is going to be screwed. I'm talking about you personally, like me, if something was to happen, because my insurance that I have at Schneider doesn't really cover much of anything. I did a little bit of looking into it this past week. And like I said, I'm in the process of getting my own insurance, and it's actually cheaper with more coverage to get the insurance outside the carrier. And that's something, James, that me and you're going to have a long talk about here in the next near future, because you're much better off having your own insurance. And 18 can attest to it. He was the same way. We all are. It's still live. Good deal. I guess the NASCAR hauler, the Napa Auto Parts car hauler just went by. Here's another one. This one is same thing. There's two. Actually, that's drag racing. They're drag racing. They must be doing something in Gainesville this weekend. Yeah, two car haulers just went by. Anyway, that's 18 can attest to that too. You're better off getting your own insurance because, like on my truck, there's no gap coverage on this truck. If something was to happen and total it out, I'm really not protected with their insurance. That's something for you too, country, if you need to look into it. And I know we've talked about that in the past too. Aquila, I think you have your own insurance, if I remember correctly. I don't think you're using Schneider's. I'm different about it because at least they are doing it legally and trying to actually work versus all the illegal people going to the government assistance. Yeah, like I said, I'm okay with somebody trying to do the better themselves, but there needs to be a limit on how many times you can come over and do that. Because, like I said, they're taking advantage of the system, the way it's written, and doing it multiple times. Yeah, I agree. I have no problems with people coming from other countries as long as they do it the legal way. See, our insurance as mom and pops will most likely tell you something I've already heard, or they are going to cover your drivers. That driver is going to need to be a driver for about a year and a half. Yeah, that's what they always say. It's a stepping stone. When you first get started, they always tell you, get 6 months in, you can go anywhere. Well, then when you get somewhere, yeah, you need at least a year. And then when you get somewhere, you got a year. No, you need 2 years to be here. So the magic number for almost every company with everything is 2 years is what I've come to find out. And when I got back into it, I just happened to look, but I got back into trucking about 5 years ago. And that's kind of the stepping stone that I had to roll through. And by the way, next month, I'll be in business with myself for 3 years. It's already been 3 years, March of 22. It's crazy how fast time flies. Now, I know I've changed carriers many a times, but man, time flies. What's up, Rig Pig? How are you tonight, guy? Appreciate you coming in. So, how has your guest been IC before? Is this the first time?
Just
This is
just not at Schneider.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been independent contractor other places. Several.
He's
Mega
done
carriers regular.
He's done it before. I talked him in. I talked him into coming over to Schneider, and there was a couple reasons. The company he worked for wasn't one of the Chicago companies, but they ran kind of similar to the Chicago companies. And anybody that's ever done that kind of work, it does wear your system down. And I think that's what happened to him. He was making good money, and probably, honestly, he might have taken a pay cut to come here, but he wanted more of the reliable. Of course, everybody knows Schneider's always, old reliable, like old red. You can always make money at Schneider if you just, know a little bit about the company. And obviously, I'm going to help him and teach him, how to get around and where to go to. But Schneider's easy to go. So we got Fidel Trucking on here. I watched a couple of your videos this past week, man. You, the way you do your videos remind me of 18, man. You guys are funny the way you edit your stuff and put little quirks in there. I did try 10-4 Truck Insurance. I tried them. I tried Seabright, and I also tried OOIDA. My best offer was with Seabright, and that's the company that a lot of the Swift guys use. 18 has Seabright. He's the one that told me to call them. They beat anybody's price. 10-4 and OOIDA was going to be over $400 a month. This new company was right at 300.
I was using Unico when I was pricing it out, getting my own insurance when I was going to take this truck back to the other place. It wasn't too bad. It was like $900 down, and I think it was like $357 a month.
Yeah.
But that was just the non-bobtail, whatever the hell they call it these days, non-bobtail or bobtail non-liability. So, I mean, that was just completely separate from all the regular insurance. I was like, damn, they just keep adding them up like dominoes.
Says she's still with Schneider. She's not at 2 years yet, so her insurance is still high. Hey, Aquila, do me a favor. I don't know what my schedule is going to be, but I'll be driving probably till about lunchtime tomorrow. Give me a call tomorrow. I'm going to give you the number Seabright, because there was guys at Swift that didn't have 2 years, and they were getting killer rates at Swift. So you might be able to get insurance through Seabright. It might not be that bad for you. Yeah, Jonah, I agree. Try Seabright Insurance. Yeah. Charlie and Jeff did some good advertising with them, and I had long conversations with them, and I agree with you. That was one of the reasons why I decided to go to Seabright, because of the stuff that they offer. I just feel like I'm better protected with them, and I feel like that, they're going to go out of, because I've heard the stories about Tony going out of his way to help drivers out in emergency situations, and that's a big thing for me that I found. Keith says, I met with Schneider. Sorry, I should have been more specific. It's all good. It's all good. That's why it's called the shit show, buddy. 18 says Seabright Insurance Agency is who he has. Can't beat the price. Can't beat the service. Yeah, I agree. That's why I went with them too, or I am going to go with them. Keith says, think about how many people have come into and dried out of the game since you started IC, James. I've watched several people drop out since you started. Yeah, buddy, it's there's been several times where, I really had to consider, about dropping out myself. And if you guys haven't figured me out yet, if I have a bad week somewhere, I literally lose it, because my overhead costs at the house are literally through the roof. And when I don't make a paycheck for 1 week or even 2 weeks in a row, or go into the hole or whatever, it literally, puts me down, and I get very upset, and I end up moving to other carriers. Not always the right thing to do, But I got to tell you the truth, it's a learning experience, and this whole IC game has been a learning experience the whole way through. Um, and by the way, I've got a lot of things that I'm working on. Anybody that's, and I'm not just saying this to go and subscribe to the channel or like the videos or anything, but I think you guys are going to be very surprised with some of the plans that I've got in the next couple of weeks. I can't really go over a whole lot of things, but you might want to really follow what's going on. Not only that, we got the truck show in March that, is it March or April? March. Me and Dee are going to be going to the truck show. We're going to be putting out a lot of videos with that. I got a lot of good things planned out. I need to get back on to the video making, and I will. I promise, guys. It's been crazy busy, and even coming back and working at Schneider, I have not. Now I take that back. I took a whole week off. I've never done that in my entire life. Came back out last week, and I took a whole week off the week before, which was my third week at Schneider. I'll do a week 3 and week 4 video hopefully this week. Obviously, I didn't make anything on the third week because I was sitting at home. But this week here, I'm at like $5,100 for the week, and I've already got $2,700 planned to start me off with the following week. I'm booked out all the way till Saturday, guys. And I'm not bragging by any means. It's just Schneider seems to really work for me. It doesn't work for everybody. People always will have the comment, well, you can make more money here, you can make more money there. I got to tell you the truth, and me and Dee will continue to argue this, and same thing with Poppy. I don't think I'm making much less money than those two guys are at the companies they're at, and I don't have to put up with the bullshit. I just drop and hook almost everything that I do. I like the ease of going in and going out. Schneider works for what I like to do. I like to go home without a trailer. I like to go home bobtail. And Schneider, they want you to turn the trailer in before you go home, which I like. I can park the truck in my driveway at the house. I can get all my stuff out. I don't have to park the truck at a truck stop or, a Walmart or some of these other places that guys has to. So Schneider really works for me, and I've been pretty fortunate this time around. But anyway, with that being said, I got a lot of good things coming up here real soon in the next couple of weeks. But anyway, back to your comment, Keith, and I know I kind of went out on a rant a little bit. Buddy, there's been a lot of people that I follow that I go back and I said, man, I haven't. A good one that I followed was Stretch X. He has just disappeared off the face of the earth. He was at JB Hunt for a while and then went to Landstar, and he started doing some dedicated stuff with Landstar the last time. And it's been over a year since he's put a video out. I don't even know if he's still in trucking. Another one that I follow is Carolina Trucker. He's been in and out of trucking, lease purchases, and now he's a company driver for GP Transco. He's been there for he started about the same time I did back with Schneider. And he's not killing it by any means, but he's making money. He's happy with what he's got going on from what I can see. And Freight Skater's another one that I follow pretty heavily. He's been at Prime for almost 7 years. He puts out good content, but he took a little hiatus for a while too. Sometimes we have to. So that's my rant, and that was my hiatus, to take a whole week off. I was fortunate enough that me and the wife had a piece of property that we sold, and I was able to take a couple of days off because of the proceeds of that property. So let's get some of these comments, and then we'll get back to you, James. Pop Tart says, that's correct. The reason why is the year and a half is up to 6 extra months of new truck drivers with high turnovers to continue working for people for little or nothing. Yeah, I agree. So Bacon, welcome in. And do you have heavy haul or low boys or tankers?
Nope, strictly a dry van. Reefer in the past, but that's exhausting. So
yes, it is.
I'm at the ease and career point in my career. Easy stuff. Click, go. Don't want to talk on the phone to nobody except the wife.
So Toon World says, bro, go to Landstar unless you just can't. I'm not saying that I will never go to Landstar, but right now it just doesn't work for me. And again, when we compare numbers, and these numbers, the way he does his, because he owns his truck and he basically pays for all of his own shit. It's kind of hard for me and him to really compare our numbers, but with Poppy, when we compare our numbers, he has to gross over $7,000, like 7,300 grand to even get to where I'm at when I make $5,100 because of the percentages, the trailer rental fees. He also has to pay for repairs on the trailer. But when you do the hard math, and he tells me about all these, $3 and $4 mile loads, and he's only driving 2,200 miles. Well, guess what? I'm only driving 2,600 miles to get $5,100 dollars. I'm not killing myself by any means, and it's all drop and hook. I literally don't talk to anybody at Schneider. I book everything through the tablet or the phone or whatever, and I don't have to talk to anybody unless I have an issue with the trailer like I did yesterday. I've literally talked to my fleet manager or whatever you want to call them. They call them something different over here. I can't even keep up with what they're called, but your driver advocate, whatever. I've literally talked to her maybe 4 times since I've been back. And it's been quick conversations because I needed something.
That's what I'm looking forward to. I don't like being bothered.
Nice. And they don't call you and bug you either. As long as you keep them up to date, if you're going to be late, like me, I was going to be late for the last load that I had. It wasn't because of me. It was because of other reasons. And, because of the previous shipper, I call them, 12, 14 hours early and said, hey, there's no way this load's going to be on time. Well, what time do you think you're going to be there? And I said, well, I had to have a 10-hour break in the middle, so add 10 hours to it. Just to be safe, add 11 hours for traffic. And they did. And I was still, 9 hours I was there. But I was forced to do, a 10-hour break. I ran out of hours. And it was because of the previous shipper before taking their sweet ass time.
Yeah.
It's not all drop and hook, but, majority of it is. Sometimes you have to deal with them.
Yeah. I was already running them for the place I was at anyway, since we were power only. So we only ran JB Hunt and Schneider loads. So I ran so many of them. But I was an operations manager for a long time, too, before I started driving again. And I just, dealing with agents, brokers, having had my broker's license, you know what? I want to talk to a few people on the phone a day, people I know, my wife, and then I don't like being bothered. There's a reason some of us become truckers, and it's because you don't want to deal with the people. I want to see you when I turn my paperwork in, and then I want to get on down the road. Don't want to sit there and have an argument with someone who hates their job in a warehouse, or an irritated broker, or someone who's losing money on a load trying to force you on it, or a dispatcher who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. That's why I've been trying to get on this IC board for years.
Yeah. So Keith, there's a cheat code to that. He says Schneider sounds fantastic, but I can't get over the phone. No phones rule. Well, when you go to training, they'll tell you the Bluetooth, no Bluetooth. And when they say Bluetooth, they mean anything Bluetooth. It's just, you just keep your mouth shut, go through the training. And when you get out here and do your own thing, the windows in my truck, if you have an SFI truck or you have your own truck, get your windows tinted. It makes it a little bit harder to see. My windows are tinted in my truck. And again, there's an argument with legality on that, but I don't care. I've always had tint on everything I've ever had. The sun, when it gets bright in the mornings, is too much on my eyes and stuff. But anyway, I wouldn't worry about if that's what you're worried about is the no phones rule. Don't worry about that. Just don't get caught. Like KO said, that's the big thing. Just don't get caught. But the thing is, the few rules that Schneider has is the cell phone thing. You can get around that. I mean, there's just ways to get around it. I don't want to incriminate myself here, but make sure you have a vest on in their yard. Somebody asked me that the other day. I said, no, you just got to have your vest on in the yard. And the other thing that they're really big about is the non-slip shoes. If you're in the yard, they want you to have those non-slip shoes on. They're not as strict on the non-slip shoes as they are on the vest. But again, I mean, the vest, they just want you to have a vest on. I mean, it's for your own good, for your own safety. Same thing with the shoes. They just want you to be safe. That's what they're about. So Pop-Tart says, Schneider and I have a good friend that was to be retired from the company, but they got him on the last month, and he was a 3 million mile driver for them, and they did him dirty. And again, that goes with any company. I get it. I understand. He not everybody in the company is going to treat the same person the same way. Like he probably had a shitty person that caught him and they were looking out for that or whatever that situation is. That don't mean that it's going to happen to everybody. And yeah, I hate when I read stories like that, but again, it's all about the person doing the reporting and how things are done. Life says, what about the guy who became a travel agent for like 90 days? Buddy, he was a travel agent for 90 days, got back into trucking, did trucking for about 60 days. Now he's back to being a travel agent again, just to let you know if you didn't know that. So he is now booking cruises again. But yeah, he's one of them that I really followed very hard. At first, I thought he had a good thing going on, but then as he would, go to different, and his reasons for listen to this crap. So his reasons for going to different companies is because he didn't like to deadhead any more than 50, maybe 100 miles. He would really question it if he had to deadhead over 100 miles. That's why he couldn't make it. Unfortunately, with the way freight is nowadays, I mean, you do have to have some, like, I'll have 300 to 600 miles of deadhead every single week, but you got to get to some of the markets to get the money. You got to look at the daily rate is what you got to look at. And that's one of the things that I'm going to tell you. Here at Schneider with an SFI truck, you got to have the mindset of $1,000 a day. You got to have $5,000 a week or $6,000 if you can get to $6,000. $6,000 is a little bit of a push, but as long as you keep that mindset, getting to that $5,000, you can do pretty good. Because the reason I say $5,000, because if you drive to get to $5,000, you're going to drive close to 3,000 miles. It might be 24 one week, it might be 31 the next week, somewhere in that area. And you figure that you're going to spend at least $1,000 to $1,200 in fuel. Once you take the truck payment, all the incidentals, insurance, and all that, you're going to be somewhere between $2,600 and $3,000 on expenses. So take $5,000 minus $3,000, that leaves you $2,000. That's how you get a $2,000 paycheck to take home. Now, granted, that's before taxes and stuff, but that's what you get. That's the common denominator and the rule. I think everybody that's ever done this can probably attest to that. So Keith says, yeah, I hear you, KO. I may wind up playing that game, but it won't be before I exhaust all other options. Keith, I got to tell you, man, I exhausted just about every option that I could possibly think of with the SFI truck. I don't know. I can't remember what your situation is, if you own your truck or whatever, but Schneider was just the best place to go to because I knew that I could come here and they weren't going to deliberately screw around with me. And I felt pretty comfortable about that. And I'm not trying to talk you into coming here by any means. It's just, this was the least amount of bullshit. With all my boxes were checked here. And I'd been here before too, so I knew their system. Keith, I can't remember. I think you might have been at Swift or still at Swift. Their system is almost identical to Swift, other than having their own load board. And I say load board. Swift's load board isn't really a load board. It is, but it isn't. Here, it's an actual, their actual load board where you see prices and, don't negotiate, but the prices are there. Toon World. When you go in with truck payments, you're just getting slave to freedom. Yep, you're exactly right. You know what you got to make for the week. You know where you got to run. And, all the above. He says, does ATS have a load board, KO? So your truck will be paid off this year, Fly Rabbit. No, I'm literally, I think next month will be a year. Like the beginning of March will be 1 year with this truck. So I've still got 2 years on the lease. And then there's a balloon payment at the end of $61,000. So I still got a little bit of a way to go. And I knew that getting into this. Life of KO, they don't, but we can book from it. You can look, but have your manager do it for you. Yeah, that's kind of, so basically what he's saying, you can find a load on one of the boards, call and give them the number, and they can call and get it for you. So Pop-Tart says bacon. Okay, well, you know what I call dry van? I call them welfare wagons, because all I hear is how so many drivers get screwed over twice. one for taking the load and one for taking the job. It just, again, it's just who the person is. Even throughout all my moves and everything that I've done and having a week here or there, I still, every year that I've done this and I say 3 years in business, but I did about a year where I didn't even have an LLC, which was a big no-no. Um, I still did 100 grand every single year that I've done this. I mean, and well over 100 grand. Um, I don't know what other guys are making. Doesn't really matter. I just know what I need to make and I know what I need to hustle. But I've been six figures every year that I've done this. And, it's given me and my wife a life of what we want. She stays at home and takes care of our daughter. Our daughter's homeschooled. I don't usually get into a whole lot of personal stuff, but it's given her a life that, and what we need to make. And like I said before, guys, my overhead costs at home are I guarantee you that my overhead costs are probably twice as much as the average person on here that's listening. And guys, I'm not bragging by any means. It's just we've put ourselves into that. And with us living in Florida, anybody knows anything about Florida, property values down here are through the roof.
It's a
Uh,
nightmare.
Insurance is through the roof, property's through the roof. But you know what? That's the price you have to pay to live in paradise. And where I live at, I call my house Kokomo. The movie Cocktail. My wife she hates that I call it that, but I do. I call it Kokomo because when I go home, you know, I got the ocean literally a mile from my house. I've got a pool that I can jump into the back, and I've got a beautiful home with nice palm trees in the yard, and it's literally Kokomo for me. When I deal with the shit out here, I want to go home to something nice, and we've been pretty fortunate. We've taken some money and did this and did that, and with the help of with an in-law, he's helped out tremendously with a lot of stuff too. And you know, my wife hates saying the word blessed, but we're very blessed on how things have turned out. We started out the welfare wagon, so I believe most people do anyways, but it's not really the wagon. It's everything else beyond it, behind it. People, like you said, in the babysitters. There's a lot of babysitters. So when you say welfare wagons, I think more of the reefer game being the welfare wagon, because unfortunately, the guys you see coming into the Love's truck stops using their points to get hot dogs and coffee or sodas or whatever are the guys that work at the mega carriers that do reefer. Unfortunately, those are the guys, in my opinion, that get taken advantage of. Not going to mention any company names in here. Do your own math and your own addition and all that. I did the reefer game for about a year and figured out, what even a year? I figured out very quickly reefer was not for me with all the time sitting around. Yeah, you do make a little bit more money on some places. The only company, if I ever did reefer, the only company that I would even think about considering would be Prime. And the only reason that I would do that is because their record is a lot better than some of these other reefer companies. And I'm not trying to shit on any company by any means, but there are some companies out there that do take advantage of those drivers, and it's unfortunate. These guys are starving, literally starving.
Yeah, the I did it Prime. That's where I did it for a couple of years, two different times, and you know, they make the same, actually make a little more money. And if I really wanted to kill myself, I can make a lot more money. But you just get to a point where you got to calm down. You might want to slow down enough that you're still making a good paycheck, but you're not killing yourself. There's a difference when you get in your first 5 years, then your 10th year, and now I'm in my 13th year, and I'm just like, you know what? I just need to chill just a little bit. I need to calm down. I need to stop hustling. But the reefer, you got all this. You might sit around, but then you have all this extra shit you got to do. Like you got to find a washout all the time, and you might be somewhere. It's worse than finding an empty. Now you got to spend 100 miles to go find a washout, and then if it doesn't work out, then you got to go find another wash. It's like I just don't want the headaches anymore. Now when I worked at Refrigerated Express in Melbourne, the problem with that was it's team only, and that'll burn you out just as bad. You know what I
Oh
mean?
God, I'll never do
And
team.
but it's salaried with bonuses, and that was somewhere around 80. So if you want like an over the road job where you're out for 7 days out and home for 3 to 4 days a week, you know, give or take, that's fine. But when you team, you know how it is. I mean, you can do it for about a year, then you got to take a break. You got to do something else. It's just burn you out. I know guys have done it for 10 years, but how, I don't know. You know what I mean? I
Oh yeah,
wanted to kill everybody I had on the truck with me after 6 months, you know?
absolutely. So Key says, I think that was me with the vest because I saw a video of someone talking to a Schneider driver and said that Schneider drivers have to have their vest on to get out of the truck. Yeah, like I said, the vest when you're an IC, it might be true for the company drivers, but as an IC, and again, I mean, they do have. You're an IC, you're an independent contractor. They do still have a little bit of power over you. They want you. I say want. I think they can probably terminate your contract, but they want you to have your vest on when you're in the yard. And like I said, some people might want you to have the shoes on. It just depends on where you're at and what you're going. Just make sure you have the vest on. It's pretty simple. I mean, it's for your safety, anyways. Um,
You can wear
Tune
the
World,
high vis shirts too, can't you?
yeah, oh yeah.
The
So Tune
bright
World
yellows.
says, what company GAE? I don't know what that means. You might want to
Oh,
elaborate, Tune.
I think they were asking me what company that I was running for.
Oh, that's up
Yeah.
to you if you want to tell it.
Navinix out of Orlando.
So Pop Tart says, yes, Schneider, what they did, let him work until he was going to retire and fired him 1 month before his 30th anniversary. True story, and he owns the land behind my land. Yeah, that's again, that's very unfortunate. Now he lives off of Social Security. Very unfortunate. From what I'm seeing so far, Swift's board can't compete with Buddy. Swift's board, it's so many words. Swift's board can't hold Schneider's ball sack compared to their board. I hate to use that analogy, but that's the truth. So, from what I've heard, and D can correct me on this if he knows the truth, from what I heard, their load board is just there to help you out to get you from point A to point B if you get somewhere. A lot of guys use it strictly. There's a guy, I forget what his channel is. That's all he does is the load board loads. Now, you don't get paid for empty miles on their load board like you do if a dispatcher gives you a load and they send you. Now, granted, it's only 85 or 90 cents empty miles when the dispatcher gives them to you, but here on this load board, you don't get paid for empty miles either. So it's kind of a moot conversation with that. But again, their load board is just you're getting paid the exact same amount of money. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're hauling chicken shit or if you're hauling fucking diamonds. You're getting paid the same money with their load board. Everything. Now, granted, they have a little bit of a sliding scale, but it's only like maybe a 25 or 30 cent difference between the pay scale. So no limit. I've got something I want to tell you about this. I'm officially an IC on the money. It's better, but the company She's Fuel is a killer, man. Any cheat codes of finding cheap fuel. There's a couple things to that no limit. If depends on what company you're at. Number one, there's always cheat codes. The thing is, I'm gonna be honest about this. And when I went to JB Hunt, the way their loads were set up, in order to make the money that I needed to make, I had to haul ass. And when I say haul ass, I mean their speed limit was 89 miles an hour there. If you went over 89 and hit that 90 mark, your contract was terminated. So there were times when I would, because you go out into Texas and places like that, there's some places where the speed limit's 75, 80 miles an hour. With that being said, I did a lot of Texas driving and I burn a lot of fuel. I mean, literally a lot of fuel. When I first came back to Schneider, I still, same thing with F2F. When I came back, and F2F didn't have a speed limit, which really surprised me. Here at Schneider, it's 79. So you go to 80, then they'll terminate your contract. Am I saying that right? I think I am. Anyway, I still had a little bit of a lead foot when I came back to Schneider, and I was still, 7 to 7.5 miles a gallon. Well, guys, I slowed down this week when I came back out. I slowed down. Everything that I've done has been 65 miles an hour every way. Guys, I'm hauling almost 46,000 pounds right now. Now, granted, I'm in Florida. I went up Monte Eagle. I went from Bowling Green, Kentucky, all the way down to Florida. Went up Monte Eagle, went through a little bit of the hills and through, Georgia, North. I'm still getting 9.2 miles to the gallon in this truck driving 65. So I bumped my fuel mileage up almost, if not more than 2 miles a gallon just by slowing down to 65. So no limit. I don't know what speed you do, but if you could lower your speed down, tell me what company you're with, and we can kind of see if there's some differences in the fuel pricing. And also, I've got a company that I can suggest you to get their fuel card to. I don't get any kickbacks on it or anything like that, but ES Advantage card. I've got contacts there. You can get in touch with me. I can give you all their information, or you can look it up on Google. ES Advantage. They're out of Mississippi. Get their card. You got it. It's like a prepaid debit card. You put money on it, and you can get fuel off of it. The only unfortunate thing is you got to submit your IFTA taxes, once a month to whatever company you're with. You got to let them know you bought fuel off of it and where and how much and all that good stuff. But you can save. Like when I was at Swift with that, I mean, $300 to $500 a week savings on fuel. Their fuel prices are anywhere between, here lately with fuel the way it's been 50 cents a gallon. Most cases, sometimes it was over $1 a gallon. It just depends on what the prices are. But I hope that helps you out. I'll put my number on here one quick time. If you want to give me a ring, I'll be more than happy to kind of go over it with you, no limit. Give you some tips, ideas. Anybody, and if anybody else wants to get in contact with me, feel free to copy that number down. Call me anytime. I'll be driving tomorrow till about lunchtime if somebody needs to holler at me. I've been running nights here lately. But let's get back to the rest of these comments. If you need that number again, let me know.
Swing through Texas once a week and get fuel for $3.05 a gallon.
Yep. No limit water hose, LOL. I guess you probably came out on top. Techno's on there. Safety first. That's right, Techno. Can't wait to get you back in the game, buddy. We talk on a regular basis, too. By the way, Techno, did you, going through our conspiracy stuff, did you find anybody you knew on that airplane going out of Wichita? I was a little rebel at Schneider. Boy, you were more than a rebel, buddy. People are still talking about you with some of the shit you did. Mm-hmm. Pop-Tart. It's a joke humor. It's the best medicine. Sometimes we have to laugh. That's correct. There's my truck firing up, charging batteries. Pop-Tart. I always enjoy a good joke. I was trying to understand what you meant. Good deal. No limit. I'd still like to know what company you're with. Congratulations, No Limit. Weren't you in here asking about lease driver? Yes, I was. I decided just to try it out instead of being scared. Yeah, you got to jump in. A lot of people give you this bullshit stuff. You got to have $5,000, $10,000 in the bank. You know what? That'd be fucking awesome if you had that kind of money in the bank. But you know what? Sometimes you just got to jump in the water. This is where me and D disagree, because I don't remember what he did. I jumped in the water and just went with it and eventually got there. And that's kind of what I've always done. And like I said, I got big plans in the next couple of weeks. I'm jumping in the water on a lot of stuff. Not leaving Schneider's. Nobody get any crazy ideas or anything. My intentions are not to leave Schneider. I'm planning on staying here. But sometimes you just got to jump in. No limit, get a fuel card. When I was there, I used the ES Advantage fuel card, submitted it to the fuel department. Yep. It also depends on the truck. My truck does 7.5 at 70.
Hey, listen, yep. I pulled that nonsense, at Prime where they try to tell everybody to do that 55 or whatever. I did it for 2 weeks. I couldn't do it any longer because, 55, 52 is so slow. You know what I mean? But I got everything done I needed to. It all worked. I didn't want to admit it to them, but it worked. I was getting 9.5 to 10 miles per gallon hauling some of them damn reefer loads doing 55. I hate admitting it. I didn't admit it to them, and I didn't do it long, but damn, talk about a savings. Like, it does work, but with a clock like this, you can't always go 55 miles an hour. You piss a lot of people off around you and start a lot of trouble.
I think when you go below 60, you're really becoming a hazard. 60
yeah.
to 65. 65 is, I think, is ideal.
Yeah,
I don't.
for
And
sure.
again, at 60 and 65, you really don't have any issues with the collision avoidance making noises and shit because everybody's going faster than you are.
Everything.
And that was kind of my thing at Swift when I would drive 60, 61, 62 everywhere. Guess what? I never had anybody call and telling me, "Hey, you're following too close. Hey, you're dangerously driving or whatever." Because they could call me and say, "Well, how dangerous can you be at 60 miles an hour?" You know what I mean? I don't. There ain't a whole lot to it. Good luck for you, bro. I hope you find success in it. Keith says, Pop-Tart, you have to do a lot of shopping around to find the cheaper cost for fuel. Yeah, and that's kind of one of the things that I wanted to tell him. I was going to give him all the apps to download to where you could look.
If you can fuel on a QT, QTs are always 30 cents a gallon cheaper, for sure.
Over here, QT and what discount we get at Pilot Flying J, it's a toss-up. You really got to do and you got to look at your route where you're going to. I'm constantly, every day, like right now, I've literally got about a quarter tank of fuel. I'm going to be getting some fuel tomorrow. But because tomorrow is payroll cutoff for fuel, Monday midnight is cutoff. I'm only going to put in what I need to get to where I need to go to tomorrow, and that's it. And then I'll fill up on Tuesday. Techno says, couldn't find anyone who knew anyone. Some of those people were actually from DC. Yeah, I was thinking that too, especially with the kids on the skate team or whatever. Pop-Tart says, we had a girl pump 50 gallons of gasoline into a diesel tank, and that truck was fresh off the factory assembly line, brand new. That sucks. I could only imagine.
$10,000 repair.
Oh, man, I can only imagine. He's governed at 77 miles an hour. Funny enough, my truck gets lower mile per gallon at 65 than it does at 75, which is weird. I'm getting 6.5, which is awful. Yeah, that's not too good. So, yeah, that's real weird that you're getting better. I've heard of that before, but that's really weird that you would get better fuel mileage. Bull of the Woods, what's going on, buddy? Glad you made it in. Glad you're here. We're just talking the shit show stuff that we talk about, as always. Thank you all for the support, and thanks, 18. I definitely need help on that fuel. Yeah, like I said, buddy, give me a call anytime or call 18. 55 mile per hour is mind-numbing. Yes, it is.
It sure was.
I didn't understand how she got 50 gallons of gasoline from Diesel Fuel Island, but to find it was commercial fuel station. One side is gasoline and the other was diesel. That is kind of weird. I don't remember which one of them, gasoline and diesel. I think the gasoline nozzle is actually bigger, if I'm not mistaken, than the diesel nozzle. One of them.
Some of the 7-Eleven diesel islands have gasoline on them.
Yeah.
Because the generators used to be gasoline or something.
Yeah. California is split limited, the entire state. Split limited. I wonder what she's talking about. I thought California was 55 miles per hour throughout the whole state.
It is.
Fidel says, 18, what's your 20?
In the shop.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm going to die if you say you're in the shop again. That 60 days is up now, though, right? So I'm guessing you ain't taking anything back now.
So if my wife is still on here, you might want to check your email. He's in Texas. And No Limit Reisinger Transport out of Morton, Illinois. Don't know anything about those guys. What fuel card did they use? You really should look at getting the ES Advantage card. Double check and make sure that a lot of companies won't let you use outside fuel cards too. That's something you might want to double check on too. Okay, I'll be that way on Tuesday, says Fidel. Oh my gosh, man. Got a little bit of a break in the comments. Hey, buddy, I got to tell you, I know I've been Mr. Talky tonight. I've had a good show tonight. I've had to, D is usually the one that does the majority of the talking, and I kind of let him, go with the flow when he talks and does stuff. But I felt like I've taken over the show tonight, which I should have. But what you got going on? Anything you want to talk about? Any topics of any kind?
No, I'm good. I would say that the reason some of those places, like because when I was an operations manager at Quest, they don't take those cards because it depends if it's all company drivers or if it's like the last place I was at. If you're a company driver but you're paid like a percentage of the load, that kind of deal, like the all-in rate, you don't see the surcharge. So a lot of those companies take that surcharge as part of it, and you don't ever see that. I don't know how it goes nowadays with that new, where they're supposed to show you everything. If you ask for the rate cons, everybody can, make those up. They're all nonsense. Anyways, we all know that. They'll show you whatever they need to show you to make you happy, but they'll keep the surcharge, and it doesn't show when you're sending out the rate cons and all that. So, for example, if the surcharge was 35 cents this week, you're going to get the rate of the load showed on your load. They're not going to throw that 35 cents and show you what that part of the load is. They're just going to tell you what you're going to get paid for the load. So that way, that's a little bit of extra money they keep. So if you use a different fuel card, now they've got to pay the surcharge. They can't hide it. So that's a bit of a nightmare. So that's because I was looking at the ES card when I was going to stay here, and then they was like, nope, if you come here, that's fine. You can bring the truck to here, but you can't. You got to use our fuel card. And then I went to the office and talked to them. That's why companies do that.
They only want to do that because they want to keep track of your IFTA a little bit easier. It's too hard. I'm going to read this comment here in just a second. What was I going to say? We were talking about something. I don't remember what I was going to say. But anyway, No Limit says, my plan is eventually go to Lone Mountain and switch to monthly payments rather than weekly, hopefully. So, No Limit, I've got some information about Lone Mountain. I don't want to go over the air. And I know I told you to call me about the fuel cards, but you really need to give me a ring if you're looking at Lone Mountain. I've got some information. It's not bad information, but it's good information to help you out because I've been doing a lot of research on a lot of these companies like that because ultimately, there's always that option too. But give me a call and I'll give you what information that I've gotten so far. I think you'll like what I'm going to give you. Pop Tart says the truck broke down on top of the scale and was towed off from the top of the scales. The truck ran for another 20 miles and it gave out after 50 gallons of gasoline was pumped. Interesting. No problem. No Limit. I'd be more than happy to that's what the whole purpose of my channel is to kind of pass information along to each other. And I want to give you, because I've done a lot of the research that you're looking for, and I'll give you what I've got, and you can do whatever you want to with it. I want to make sure you're informed. Let's put it that way. Quarles is a fleet commercial fuel card island for owner-operators and other businesses that have to use diesel or gasoline. It's called Quarles Fuel. I've actually seen them before. They've actually got CNG pumps, too. When I worked for a company job, 11, 12 years ago, they used a lot of their we got fuel at their places with CNG. CNG, I got to tell you guys, everybody's talking all this electric bullshit. If anybody ever wants to go to any kind of clean energy, CNG is the way to do it. Man, what a great fuel alternative for diesel with CNG. I don't know if you know anything about it, man, but man, those trucks ran great on CNG. They have those ugly tanks. That's the only thing bad about it. Everybody always made the comments that, well, you're like a bomb with those tanks on the side of your truck. I said, well, okay, what do you think the diesel tanks are? They're like a fucking bomb too, buddy. It's the same damn thing. Wherever way you look at it, you're going to be blown up. How does she not know, Pop-Tart? Exactly. First day and her last. Only mistake she ever made. Oh boy, how much did that cost you? Like you said, probably 20 grand or more. Shoot, who knows? It might have cost to replace that whole engine, or I say engine, but motor.
It's just as bad as when they put DEF in there. You
Yeah,
got to take everything apart. Everything's got to come apart. It's not if they put it in and don't start the truck and then they realize it, it's just towing it and draining it. But if they crank it up and run that shit through there, I can't tell you how many times I've had to call tow trucks for some of those drivers when I was dispatching. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you do it. I've had a 20-year guy do it. I just overtired. I don't know. I don't know how you can put DEF in your diesel tank
I
or
was
fuel.
I was always told, and again, I'm not a mechanic. I don't quote that I'm a mechanic, nor do I know everything there is to know about trucks. But I was always told when you start tearing stuff apart, no matter how many miles the truck has on it, the car has on it, whatever motor it has, when you start rebuilding or taking stuff apart, it will never be the same way it was from the factory. And that goes with just anything, any kind of motor rebuilding.
Mm-hmm.
They always say, well, this is better than factory. I don't think there's no such thing as ever.
I've heard that before too.
I really have been a strong believer of leaving stuff the way it is. And I'm saying this because I'm going back 30 plus years ago. I was really big in the Mustang hobby, the 5.0 Mustangs, the notchbacks and the Fox bodies and all that crap. You remember all those days?
Those square bodies.
Well, the Fox bodies. I've had so many Mustangs in my lifetime, and all the guys, first thing they would do, they'd buy a brand new Fox body Mustang, 92, 93, whatever year. And first thing they do is they tear that motor apart, build it up to, the big common thing, because, they're 302s. They build them up to 306s, or they build them 347s, get a few more cubic inches out of them, basically put bigger pistons and bigger crank and rod in. Granted, cool, they sound good, and they're fast, but it would never be the same than what it was from the factory. And guys would do that left and right. And again, I like putting, aftermarket mufflers and systems on cars too to make them sound better, make them a little bit more healthier. But unfortunately, I think it deteriorates the car within time, in my opinion. Pop Tart says nothing, just a tow bill. We do all in-house work on everything. So there you go. Yeah, it is fun. I'm not denying modifying's not fun, but it'll never be factory again.
Man, I've seen people spend money, not just these rednecks down where we live on these trucks, but just even in the cars. They'll go do all the shit to the engine and won't do nothing to the rear end and stuff. Rip the pumpkin off the back. I added an extra horsepower. What'd you do to the rear end? Nothing. But the engine sounds great. Yeah, now you spend 30 grand fixing the rear end and the back of it and everything else.
They build these motors up. They wouldn't do shit to the transmission. They wouldn't do shit to the rear end. And the weakest link of all that is the drive shaft. The number one thing that you'd want to do when you're building these motors up is put a stronger drive shaft in there. Something that'll take the torque and the horsepower. Mm-hmm. Pop-Tart says that's correct, CNG. So CNG, if anybody doesn't know, it's compressed natural gas. 12, 13 years ago, there was a real big push for CNG. And the company that I work for in Florida, they had over 100 trucks that were CNG, and it was a real big push back then. They got a lot of money from the government, and the price their equivalent price per gallon compared to diesel was like a third. So we could run, and where I ran from Fort Myers, Florida, up to Tampa, Florida, from Tampa, Florida, over to Fort Pierce, over by where you're at, back to Tampa, and back down to Fort Myers, all in one night. It's right at 600 miles. We'd have to hustle, and we were on a 12-hour clock because we were running off a different clock. And anything goes wrong, a flat tire, anything like that, well, you're kind of screwed. And you would have to make other adjustments. But anyway, we would run those CNGs, and we'd get 700 miles out of the tanks of CNGs that we had, and the company saved tons of money. They gave us nice big raises. They had brand new equipment. All the equipment they had was no older than 2 years old at the time. And as far as I know, they're still running it the same way. So you have your own shop. Yeah, she has her own shop. Is what she was saying. They do all their work in house. No Limit says, with all the experience you guys have gained, what would you say is the best truck to run on to be profitable IC? You know,
Almost no payment.
yeah, that's probably the number one thing with no payment or the lowest payment that you can possibly get. There's no rhyme or reason. Everybody has their favorites. Peterbilt, Kenworth, Volvo, International. You can ask 18. 18 was a Freightliner guy. He still is to this day. He's still a Freightliner guy, loves them, but he ended up buying an International. Why? Because it was a cheap payment, and he's still making money. Any truck that you can make money with is a sound investment as long as it runs good. The truck run until it got loaded and got on top of scales, and then when it quit, it didn't stop after the gas was pumped. It stopped about 20 miles down the road, and we towed it in. Wow. Yes, I do. I have my own shop, and I do my own drop yard here in Raleigh, North Carolina. Next time I go to Raleigh, I'll have to get in touch with you. There you go. 18 says, no limit, the one you can afford, or the cheapest payment, like I said. Well, I agree. We're down to 19 people. We had 31 on here at one time tonight, which was pretty decent. Going back and forth. And again, sorry about the time going back and forth, guys. I originally, D called me earlier in the week and wanted to switch it to 2, and that's why I put the comment out there, the post, and called me this morning, said he still wasn't feeling good, wanted to know if he could pass. And I said, yeah, I'll run the show, but I'm going to move it back to 7, and that's what I did. Sorry about the back and forth. They had to blow out all the line and drain the tanks, and it's been running about a year now with any problems. Good deal. You talking outside clients might have to come see you for work. LOL. Yeah. So let me ask you this, Pop-Tart. Do you do work on other trucks, or you just do work on your own trucks? That's a good question. Is this something that maybe we can help you advertise a little bit if you're looking for work? It's all good, Fly Rabbit. It's the shit show. That is correct. That's why I make adjustments and move things around, because it's the shit show. It wouldn't be the shit show any other way. Taking. Yeah, I knew what you're saying, 18. That's why I asked her if she had a shop that took in people to have stuff done. It's always nice to have an outside shop. By the way, 18, there, Brian Jess that comes on here every once in a while, the one that's at SRO Logistics, he's got a shop over here pretty close to where we live at that works on just about everything, just to give you a heads up. I don't know if I've ever told you that or not. LOL, true. My fixed cost is $7.69 with an additional 14 cents per mile. 5 years, no balloon payment. Like I said, looking for a monthly. Now, no limit. That's a long time. Number one, 5 years. Number two, an extra 14 cents a mile. That's an extra couple $100 a week. That's not really that great of a.
Well, I mean, is that 14 cents just going to them straight in their pockets, or is that 14 cents that's going into a maintenance account that belongs to you and it's for maintenance only? Is that your money, or because if that's 14 cents, they're just getting extra. That's, you might as well just say $7.69 plus the 14 cents is your actual truck payment.
Well, let me give you another little thing to go with that too, No Limit. So, I got into this lease purchase game back in 2015. Me and another buddy of mine. He doesn't come on here. We talk on occasions. We went to a company that is no longer in business. The leasing company's still in business, but they're called another name now. Me and him both got, they weren't brand new. Mine had like 15,000 miles on it. His had like 25,000 miles on it. We got brand new 2015 International Lone Stars. That's the truck that everybody, either you like it or you don't like it. It's the one with the long hood, the big chrome grill. Well, me and him both got those trucks. I lasted about 3 months, went broke because the company was shit. That's why they went out of business. Well, guess what? My buddy stuck with it, and eventually they end up when Amazon was really getting big back in 2015, 16, they had all those Amazon trailers. So he was literally running Amazon shit from Miami to Orlando to Tampa to Miami and just back and forth up into the Panhandle. He was staying in the state of Florida and still making really good money doing that. Well, he literally just paid his truck off in 22. And the month that he paid it off, guess what? Engine went. Oh, so when you get a his loan or the lease on those trucks back then were 6 years, not 5 years, 6 years. Well, guess what? When you get to that 5-year mark, you're running out of your warranty because you're still running the same truck. You're running out of your warranty, and the company that you're with probably won't fix anything under that warranty any longer because they're not required to. That's why a lot of these companies get rid of these trucks at 400, 500,000 miles that are 3 or 4 years old because that's when the warranty goes out. So your company that you're with, be very cautious. And I know you're not planning on staying there, but that's one of the reasons why 5-year leases don't exist any longer. As a matter of fact, that's the first one I've heard in a long time. That's why SFI is accelerated. They want that balloon payment, and it's actually better for you and them because they're out from underneath that thing if something does go wrong after 3 years. He says, yeah, but no balloon payment. Yeah, I get it. There's no balloon payment, but still, 5 years is a long time with a lease purchase truck. Going to my maintenance account, it's non-refundable. Unfortunately, it's structured to, of course, keep the company on top, which is expected. But my plan is to look for a monthly payment option. Buddy, like I said, get in touch with me. I'm going to give you all the details that I have found out in the last 3 months of studying this, especially Lone Star. I'll be more than happy to share everything. Could potentially be an extra $420 at 3,000 miles you're giving away. Yep. So Newman says, I'm late. Who brought the lube? This isn't a Diddy party, buddy.
I mean, I brought the juice.
Speaking of the juice, man, I just watched that Netflix series on OJ, man. That's probably the best one I've seen yet, dude. And I'm going back to my law enforcement career here. They literally fucked that crime scene up, dude. No wonder he got off, dude. No wonder. And again, this isn't a color issue or anything. This is a criminal issue. That guy absolutely murdered those people. His ex-wife and that young guy. Man, they really fucked up that. Anybody that believes OJ is Simpson is stupid. Absolutely stupid. I strongly suggest them watch that video. It's the LAPD that screwed that scene up. And yes, they were racist. Absolutely 100% racist. And if you watch this, even that guy, Mark Furman, one of the detectives, honestly, he shouldn't even been there to testify. He didn't do shit except point out a fucking glove. The only reason they brought him in is because they knew they could play the race card with that, because at that time, they had the Rodney King shit before that. Mm-hmm. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that 100% true what they said in that movie or that series. It was good. Very good. I didn't realize all that. Pop Tart says, I'm not going to tell you the best way, no limit, but honestly speaking, cash trucks are your best bet. Yep, cash trucks are trucks that you can pay off really quickly, usually a year or 2 years if you have to go that route. That's your best option. It really is. I'm just, like I said, I'm stuck in the SFI lease with what I'm doing right now. It's not the best option, but it was the option that worked for me. $21,840 a year. What's $21,840 a year? 5 years is $109,200.
I think he's talking about what that 14 cents adds up.
Oh, that's exactly what it is. Yep. No, sir, we do not offer service to the public. Okay, there we go. Potentially. Yeah, you're right. Potentially. It just depends on how many miles he drives in that week. Cash equipment is cheaper than buying a car or pickup or a motorcycle. Now you don't have to buy the latest, greatest shoe shine. You're exactly right. And again, like I said, SFI was offered to me into the situation that I brought upon to myself. Um, I've made money consistently with an SFI truck as long as you look at it as a monthly basis. You can't really look at it at a weekly basis because weekly stuff, you might do really well one week, you might really do horrible the next week. You got to do it as a monthly basis, or even sometimes even a yearly basis. Um, I've consistently did six figures with an SFI truck this whole year, this whole past year, and even with the Swift truck and other companies that I've been with, I still made six figures. And let me tell you something: doing it at Swift, making six figures, ain't easy. You got to run. Just because you buy yourself a used piece of equipment don't mean it's going to make you good money and get you on the feet no limit. You can still make good money with an older truck. Yep, I agree.
You'll be surprised if you dig long enough. You can find a truck that we consider older, but for our industry, but you can find a 5-year-old truck in the 300,000 mile range. You can find those all day long. Low 400s, mid 300s, if not lower. Just got to have a little bit of cash put down generally.
So I'm gonna go back on that comment. You're exactly right. So when I first got back into this lease game back in 21, I started at Dart Transportation. Great company. Me and Trucker Todd have talked about them many a times. Got no issues with Dart. They've got some crazy ways they do the shop. They kind of did him wrong at the shop. And Todd, if you're watching this, you can agree to this, and I know you will. Good company. Just some of the way they do stuff. There's a few guys that come in here on occasions that have worked at Dart. I had a 2018 Kenworth T680. Just like you said, at that time, it was in 21. It was almost a 4-year-old truck. And I had 260,000 miles on that truck when I started leasing it. Payment on it was $600 a week. And it was a two-year lease. And at the end of the lease, I could buy the truck if I wanted to for $5,000. I believe that's what it was. Don't quote me on it, but I believe it was. Very inexpensive truck. When you did the math, it was right in line to where it really needed to be. I wasn't getting screwed. I didn't think at all. Enjoyed working at Dart. The only problem that I had, that truck, I don't know how many drivers had that truck. It ran like shit. And it was just, let me go back a little bit. It ran great. It was a PACCAR, but it would have little things like the proportionate valve. I forget what it's called. The thing that raises the airbags up and down in the back. It went bad. I had to replace that like 3 or 4 times. So I'd be driving down the road like those trucks, those pickup trucks that are, leaning and shit. My airbags, wasn't the airbags were damaged, just that valve that controlled the air to go in to raise and adjust. It went bad several different times. And eventually little things like that. And then a couple knock sensors went out. Just, minor shit. Hey, what you would expect it would happen with a 250, 300,000 mile truck. And it literally broke me, dude. It really literally broke me. Newman says, luck is a factor with the used trucks. Some things are just not in your control. 1,000% agree. Yep. I'd look for an older truck with the Detroit 60 series because they are the cheapest engine to work on and parts are readily available anywhere in the country. So you are 1,000% right on that. That Detroit 60, and anybody that knows me personally, I have a long, strong love affair. My wife can tell you this. I love the old Silver Eagle buses. Do you know what Silver Eagle buses are?
Yeah.
Those are the Trailway buses, not the Greyhound. Greyhound had them for a few years, but they're the old Trailway buses. If you ever watched the Journey video, Faithfully, that bus in their video, that's a Silver Eagle. The Dixie Chicks had it in a lot of the old musicians from the 80s, 90s, and even into the 2000s. There's some people that still use them. Anyway, those Silver Eagle buses, you can find them. I mean, sometimes as little as $5,000 that need a lot of work, or a super, super nice one that's ready to rock and roll as an RV for $50,000. I love the buses. They still have the chrome down at the bottom. They are just sharp. But almost every single one of them buses that you see have been converted to the Detroit 60. And I think some of the later ones even came with the Detroit 60 because, just like she said, it's the most readily available motor there is. And that is 100%. The Detroit 60 is a 350 Chevy motor of trucks. Absolutely no doubt. Um, you buy a cat, well, it's best. It's best, but they tax you for parts. Yep, agree. Cat's a good motor too, but hard to find. Cummins are great, but Detroit's are just realistically reliable. Yep, I agree. I just don't like Freightliner. I hate Freightliner, but I love the Detroits. There's actually plenty of older trucks for sale in my area or nearby states. I just don't think older trucks were reliable. Now you guys have me reconsidering.
Well, it depends though, because just because you see a guy's got 5 or 10 trucks on his lot, don't mean he's the one person you want to go. You still want to go to a reputable dealer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's tons of them.
Please, no limit. Like I said, I've done this research. Call me. I will give you the cheat code that I have found out with that. And you get a manual, it's cheaper because automatic transmissions are expensive. It goes out. Yeah, I agree with you. They are cheaper, but I just don't want to drive a manual transmission in a truck anymore. I've driven all of them. You know, that Lone Star that I was talking about, that thing was a 18 speed. I'm sorry. It was an 18 speed. Twin splitter, 18 speed. Now, once you got going, that thing was a beast. It was a Cummins ISX, so it wasn't the X15. It was the ISX. And believe it or not, I believe it was a 550 horsepower motor. So it was topped out. That son of a bitch it would get to 80, 85 miles an hour with no problems at all and stay there all day long. Man, I had fun with that truck. And it was good looking too. Howdy, shit show peeps. What's up, James G? I've never seen you on here before. Thanks for coming in. Might want to check the replay. We've talked a lot of shit show stuff today, man. It's been a good show tonight. A lot of participation with the guest on here. Newman says it's impossible to find a 60 series where the truck hasn't been destroyed by foreign drivers. Yeah, that and
he ain't wrong.
yeah, you're right. And the other thing with that too, and there's be a little bit of a discussion about deleting and stuff too. A lot of those Detroit 60 engines have been deleted. Again, I'm not trying to get into a conversation whether it's good, bad, or indifferent with the deleting situation. Me personally, I would rather have a truck that still has the emission stuff on it because honestly, I like to be able, if I need to or want to go to California, I want to be able to go. I want to be compliant as much as I possibly can. And I agree with you guys. The trucks run better without the shit. I agree 1,000%. But I don't like being limited to stuff. That's my thing, and that just limits you. And there are a lot of places you can't work when the truck's deleted. I'm pretty sure that Schneider won't take you here if your truck's deleted. There are a lot of companies that are like that. We have old iron, and they look good, but turn heads sound good too, blowing out some of the black smoke. One of them rolling cones so thick you can't see behind it. Yeah, there's nothing neater than to see a long nose Pete or a old style Kenworth W900 with twin stacks. That was one of the reasons why I love that Lone Star. Got really shitty fuel mileage. If I remember correctly, it was in the 6s. But man, when those twin stacks were going and blowing smoke, man, it had all the emission shit on it. So it wasn't nothing like your truck, Pop Tart, but still it was neat to listen to and watch. Man, ain't nothing like that. Someday. I like the old Freightliner Coronados too with the twin stacks. Those are cool looking trucks. You know, one day when I get into that position, I'd love to get an older truck and fix it up, do it that way. Man, oh man, oh man. So James G, you're new to the show. What company are you working with? I've seen you on here before, Newman. So what company are you working with? We just try to, if you don't mind saying. If you don't, I understand.
Yeah, they all look familiar. Names sound familiar.
Newman's been in here several times. I've seen him. James G, I don't think I've ever seen him in here before.
It's throwing me off because that's my middle initial. And you're James, I'm James. James is everywhere.
So there's Army Kane. What's going on, buddy? Haven't talked to you in a while, David. You ought to give me a ring in the morning, man. Give me a ring. I'd like to holler at you, bud. I'll be driving till about lunchtime. James G is with Landstar, and Newman is with JB Hunt. Get away from JB Hunt as quick as you can, buddy. I don't know if you're making money over there or not, but they're doing some crazy shit. I've got an old iron that rolling coal that definitely plued up a small town. That truck leaves a trail, so you can't count the old iron out. I agree. I use a fake name on YouTube because I talk shit. We all talk shit. Yeah, give me a ring, Dave. I got a lot of stuff I got to roll over to you, buddy. There's a lot of things going on right now. I think you'll enjoy some conversation, buddy. I know you're still over at JB Hunt too. I want to see how things are going for you. Good night, Pop Tart. Hugs to you too. Welcome to have you, Bacon. It's always a good conversation when you come aboard. I like listening to you, and I'm glad you found our channel through country. You always bring in some good stuff. Life on AT says, good night, Pop Tart. Thanks for coming in. So the guy that I'm talking about at Swift, he's got a YouTube channel. Save hundreds of dollars on this fuel card. I already know what fuel card he's talking about. It's a fuel card that me and 18 promote that we use. That's me selling this property and that land puts me in a better position to where I can actually start using that fuel card. Oh, and by the way, that fuel card, that ES Advantage, you need to get that damn thing as soon as you can. And again, I'm only telling you this to help you out. Anybody in here listening, get that card, because what it does, all you have to do is to use it one time throughout a month period. I mean, literally what I do is I put $25 or $50 on the card, and I put just a little bit of fuel in. And I'm only saying this here recently for the last couple of years because I've never been able to afford to put $2,000 or $3,000 on the card to fuel my truck for the week. I've never put myself in that position. I've always had something come up. But now that I'm in that position, that's my project in the next couple of weeks. But anyway, all you have to do is use that card one time a month, and it puts you up to platinum status with Loves. And I know they don't like you talking about it on here, but to me, they're not paying me any money to tell them yes or no or anything, nor do I take any money. But Loves, you get showers free for the whole month. You get free drinks, sodas, coffee, whatever, for the whole month. And all you have to do is use that card one time a month, and you constantly have showers.
What do you mean? Remember, when you go into Loves, you got to pay with the?
Nope. You got a Loves card, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what you do, you get this fuel card that I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You put it. I think they make you put $100 on it at the beginning. Once you put that initial $100 on it, all you have to do is use that card one time a month, whether it's DEF or fuel or whatever.
Yeah.
Use that one time in a month, $5, $1. It don't matter how much you do, as long as you do one transaction with that. Just remember, one transaction, it costs you money. I think it's $1, $1.50.
Yeah.
Put $20 of fuel in your truck, just so you say that you've done it. You got fuel, or you got showers for the whole month. Well, it actually goes to the following month is what it does. So you do it today, you'll have showers all the month of March. You'll have free sodas, free coffee, anything to drink that they have in there. All you do, it knows your fuel card because they link it to that, the transaction with the fuel card that you use. So if you go to Loves and use the Schneider card, make sure you have two Loves cards. Make sure you keep them different, because when you swipe the Loves card and you use the Schneider card, it erases it. So remember that. Yep. You got to have two cards to make it work. The card we're talking about is the ES Advantage card. They're out of Mississippi. You can easily find them on Google. Very easy. Guys, I think they pay you $25 or $50 to refer a friend or something like that. It's not even worth it to me to even go after that. It doesn't matter. I'm just telling you guys to save your money. It gives you free showers, and you constantly have that ready to you as long as you use that once a month. But again, it goes to the following month. You use it today, it's for March, and you just keep remembering to do that. I'm making JB Hunt work for me, but I know it's only because the way I choose to run, I will not work for everyone. I understand. Everybody has a comfort zone. See, even Army King, it keeps you at platinum level. That is correct. Now, last month, December, I didn't use the card at all in December because, I went home quite a bit because of the holidays and stuff. So January came and I didn't have that status. I'm like, oh God, what am I going to do about this? I've never not had it. So I called them and I said, hey, I was honest with them. I said, hey, I didn't get my platinum status and I didn't use the card this month. Is there anything you can do about it? Yeah, we'll call Loves. We'll get it set up. Next day I had it. So if you ever have it, it's down to base level again. You just give them a phone call. They'll fix it. You'll have it the next day. Holler at me. I'll take those referrals. Yeah, 18 takes all the money he can. I agree. Newman says, I just started. You just started over at JB Hunt, huh? So I'm going to give you my version of JB Hunt compared to Schneider. The two companies, the way their load boards, huh?
I think he might have meant to say something. I hope he's just saying he just started, but I think he said he just sharded.
Oh, yeah, he did. He just started. Well,
too.
I'm still going to give you my opinion between the two companies. JB Hunt and Schneider are almost identical the way they run their load boards, the way stuff is on there. You do have to put up with some safety bullshit at Schneider, but you don't have to worry about Schneider taking money away from you. JB Hunt, you got to worry about them changing their rules constantly. Me and Poppy have went over that many a times 3 months ago, and that's one of the reasons why we left. They did some adjustments on the rates. We weren't happy about it. They didn't tell the drivers about it, and they lied about it, but they didn't lie to us. They told us the truth when we confronted them about it because we kind of had them compromised, and Poppy, went to them and showed them basically the receipts of what they did, and they didn't have an answer. And when I say they didn't have an answer, the higher ups. I mean, he went straight up the ladder, and if anybody knows Poppy, he has no problems with calling the president. He's got the president's phone number, and he's called and talked to her several times about it. But anyway, that's what happened to JB Hunt. He's using the wet wipes, is what he says. Sometimes you got to use the wet wipes, man. There's no doubt about that. We probably shouldn't go down this avenue, but you ever had that? I call it the never-ending wipe. You get that one number 2 going, and you can never clean yourself up. That's what the wet wipes are good for,
That's why you got to get shower power.
That's right, man. Then you go straight to the shower and wipe that off. We should have never went down that rabbit hole.
Well, you are the rabbit.
That is true. That's why. You know what? You just gave me the awesome. So you guys are the rabbit holes. That's what I've been trying to think of a moniker to go with the channel. We're going to go down the rabbit hole. That's what we're going to start saying. That's fucking great. Matter of fact, me and you've been talking about doing that Wednesday show. That's what we're going to call it, the rabbit hole. That's fucking perfect, James.
It'll work.
And you know who came up with the Truck and Shit show was Country. I'm like, I love it. I love it. And then when me and him branched off and he started doing his own show, I said, I hope you understand I'm keeping the Truck and Shit show because I love it. He's like, yeah, absolutely. We'll call ours something else. They went with the Power Hour. Perfect. Because I want to keep because he's the one that came up with it. And I give him all the credit. He came up with the name of the Truck and Shit show. I said, it's fucking perfect. And the rabbit hole. I love it. That's what we're going to call our Wednesday show. And that's one of the things that I haven't mentioned anything about yet, guys. We're going to do a Wednesday show, too, eventually here soon. I'm doing Wednesdays because, as far as I know, nobody does a show on Wednesday. That's why I like Sundays. I don't know of anybody that really does a Sunday show. Hey, guys, would you ever run a 769 mile for $1.53?
That depends where you're at in the country because of the fuel you'll have to buy.
Yeah, that's a big thing too. I have run those before, and I know I just kind of briefly went over your lease plan and stuff. It just depends on how much your expenses are. To be honest with you, $769 a month. So and I'm going to give you a little bit of an example, no limit. So my operating expenses with an SFI truck, with an 1100 payment, $1,137 to be exact. My operating expenses with fuel, insurance, and everything, I got to roll right around $1.05, $1.10 a mile just to break even. So you need to figure out what your break even point is, and that'll kind of help you. So at $1.53 a mile, let's just do some rough math here. $1.53 a mile, that puts me at about 43 cents or so, give or take, that I'm making for myself. I would do that load if it was in a shitty area to get me into a better area, but I wouldn't do that every single load. You got to have some high money loads in there too.
I mean, there's a lot of little things to figure where you are. Is it the end of the week? Is this the last load that you could find just to finish, like a little icing on the cake, like your Saturday to Sunday, get it done, and you know what I mean? But it's not great, but it's not necessarily awful. I mean, if you're in Mississippi going into Texas, you're only going to pay $3 and barely and change a gallon. So you might make a little more money off that than you would if you were getting fuel in Pennsylvania, or New York or something.
Let me read some of these comments here. The Frito-Lay dropped again at the beginning of February, and they canceled roughly half all the loads. Yeah, that was a very big issue with and anybody there was. I'm gonna go back to JB Hunt because you're there. Me and Poppy, we had a great thing going when I first went over there. That I would have never left Schneider if Poppy didn't have this great thing going. He had all of the higher ups and in his realm to call and talk, and we were getting those Frito-Lay loads, and we had a Toyota dedicated account that ran from we had a dedicated route that ran from Toyota from Cincinnati down to Houston, Texas, that we had every single week. And then what we would do is pick 2 or 3 Frito-Lay loads to kind of connect with that. And with that being said, it was easy for us to make $5,000 or $6,000 a week gross to us after JB Hunt got their cut. It was very easy to do, and we did it constantly. We had a great thing going. And then right before Halloween, they changed everything. The rates went down. Frito-Lay started having issues with ingredients. Loads were canceling. Anytime you get a load that cancels, that's the reason, is because they were having issues with ingredients for whatever chips or whatever they made in whatever particular area. Jonesboro, Arkansas was the big one. For us, that was the big money maker. That load there at that time paid us like $2,800 to go to Jonesboro to Orlando. Anybody does the math on that, that was almost $3 a mile, if not more. And that was to us. And we were absolutely murdering it. And I think what happened is the people that were higher than the people that helped us out figured out what we were doing, and they started taking the loads away from us because we were getting loads that weren't even confirmed yet. And with that being said, even though they weren't confirmed, 99% of them they did get confirmed, and they would always be honest. We would have maybe one or two every month or so that would cancel, and we would just reconnect with another one. Because a lot of these places like Jonesboro, they would have 10, 15 of those loads a day that go out. We just find another unconfirmed load and pick it up, and if we had to, we'd wait till the following day to get the next one, or whatever that situation was. We were absolutely murdering it. I just wanted to kind of go over that, and that's kind of the reason why we both left, because they were dishonest about everything. I hope that helps you there, Newman, with that. Oh, great! So now we are all rabbit holes instead of assholes. Yeah, you know what? There we go. Mm-hmm. That's a bumper sticker right there, or a T-shirt. Is the company getting a percentage of that? You talking about the JB Hunt stuff? Absolutely. They get the majority of the percentage, and they were taking more money off of the top. 18, are you doing van here at Landstar? 18 does van. Yes, dry van. Newman, I'm averaging 5,000 to the truck on 5.5 days a week. Yeah, that's pretty close to what I'm doing here at Schneider too. Now the difference here compared to what you you got to do the math and take the 30, is it 35%? 65. You got to do your 35% off of the number that you make here. Whatever number shows is what I get. Oh, and what I was going to with the Frito-Lay, a lot of those Frito-Lay stuff is showing up on the Schneider board. We're getting a lot of those loads now, which they always had them, but they're becoming more prevalent over here, like 2 or 3 times more. The only problem is, and I don't think it's JB Hunt on this instance. I think Frito-Lay's just cutting them down because even our prices are going down on our board with that. So you were talking about the $1.50 free. That does the company get a percentage of that? I can't remember what he said on that, to be honest with you. I think he's just a strict $1.53 a mile, if I'm not mistaken. No Limit says, okay, so that's Pennsylvania to Wisconsin. I get about 140 gallons, 337 in Ohio. The cover load, I avoid Skyway Bridge. The only thing that I see, it depends on what part of Pennsylvania, you might have some tolls in there. So I don't know how that's another thing. I don't know if your company pays for your tolls or if you're responsible for them. Some of those tolls in Pennsylvania can, be in the hundreds of dollars depending on where you go. So that would be something that I would look at seriously too. Well, we're caught up on questions here. I got to tell you, man, I think this has been one of the better shows that I've done in a while, dude, with participation, questions, everything. I don't trust JB Hunt at all. 2 of my biggest problems right now is getting an empty trailer. Unfortunately, man, that's at every company, man, with the empty trailer situation, and I don't get it. Schneider has 5 or 6 times the amount of empty trailers as it does, drivers and tractors. But I can't say that I've honestly, other than yesterday with the trailer incident that I had, but that really wasn't. Well, it was Schneider's fault, but the empty was there. They just didn't pre-plan ahead of time to get the code to get the trailer out. I've never heard of that before, but I've not ran into getting a trailer issue anywhere I've went. Even I've been home twice now since I've come over here, and each time going back out, I've not had any problems getting an empty trailer going out, which is usually where people have problems getting empty trailers is when they go home. I've not had that issue. Now, I'll have that issue when I go home next time because we've talked about it. But
That's a tough load. I was just doing some of the math. I don't know if I'd get Wisconsin's fuel's cheaper. I'd wait till you book that next load to see what it would be. But I mean, you're talking. First off, you don't need 140 gallons to do the load. So unless you're sitting on E, there's no need to do that much. But just if you put that amount of fuel in at that price, you're only having $297 left over out of a $769, and that's a day and a half load. That's a tough one.
I don't know how you fuel, and I know everybody has their own little strategy on how they do their fuel. And I've always done this, even when I was at Swift, because of payroll cutoff. When I go to the ES Advantage card, it's not going to make as much difference because I won't have a cutoff per se. But when you run with a hard cutoff, like mine is Monday at midnight.
Yeah.
What I do at the beginning of the week, Tuesday's my beginning of the week. On Tuesdays, I'll fill up, no matter what. Wherever the cheapest place is, I'll fill up. Now, if I'm in Florida and it's cheaper to get fuel in South Carolina or Georgia, I'll put just enough fuel just to get me up there. Then I'll fill up. But I always buy the cheapest. When I get to like tonight, Sunday, like I'm at a quarter tank, I'm not going to fill up. I'm only going to put in just what I need to get the load delivered and to get me to where I need to go to get started for the week for next week. And when I get to where I need to go, I'll be pretty close to empty. And that's how
that makes We read that wrong then.
Okay.
$1.53, 769 miles. The thing had a cash sign on it, so I thought it was $769.
Oh,
Yeah, so that's maybe not so bad. But yeah, I come out of Florida. I try not to. If I don't need any fuel, I'm looking for like Florence, South Carolina, right there in Lucas Street, or Gulfport, Mississippi. Either that Pilot or across the street at that QT right there.
so Mr. Hunky Dory says, I wanted to ask, how are the fuel discounts compared to Landstar, by the way? If you're asking about fuel discounts at Schneider, their fuel discounts suck. It's anywhere between 35 and 45 cents each week. On Wednesdays, they send out a mass text to everybody to let you know what the fuel discount is for that week. Last week, it was 37 cents. The week before that, it was 42. So it kind of fluctuates a little bit. And you have to go to the Pilot Flying J's, not the 19s. It has to be a Pilot Flying J's to get that discount. If you go anywhere else, whether it's QT or Love's or any of the other places, it's 5 cents. No, it's okay. We already talked about that. It's his mistake. Mr. Hunky Dory, I hope that explains to you that the best places to get fuel discounts are Landstar, JB Hunt, and Prime. And I think Prime has the best discounts of anybody from what I've been told and what I've read. I think Landstar and JB Hunt are right there kind of together. Matter of fact, I think they might even use the same exact fuel card. I could be wrong. 18 would know that. But I think their discounts are real similar. Because they have they have pretty close to the same discount.
Died down a bit now, huh?
Believe it or not, we got 25 people still on here. Nobody's asking anything or saying anything.
What the hell's going on, folks?
At the 2-hour mark. I understand Central Gulf area of Florida here. Gotcha. Yeah, there's not a lot of. If you're in Florida, what I've always found out, the best fuel to get in Florida is Jasper. I mean, if you need fuel, that Pilot there in Jasper is the cheapest place to get.
The Busy Bee is usually within a couple of cents too, right there. Exit 283 on I-10.
Yeah,
right there in Live Oak.
But even with that being said, you still got to look at the QT, because you got QT as soon as you cross into Georgia, mile marker 18. If you can make it that far, you got the QT. So you kind of got to look at your options is what you got to do. ES Advantage beat the F2F discount. Yep. ES Advantage always beats. The only thing ES Advantage does, well, they still beat JB Hunt and the other places, but it's just by like 5 cents. It's not much every time. So OTR Vic, Fly Rabbit, do you use your own fuel card at Schneider? That's what we've been talking about pretty much the night. I've never been in a position to financially fund the ES Advantage fuel card, but I will be now, and that's what I'm going to be doing. Yes, I will be using it. I haven't in the past.
Right, you know what I just realized? Us truckers, once you've been doing this a while, we're like the pastors of the road. We could just throw out truck stops and fuel stops like preachers throw out Bible verses.
Yeah.
This is
Buddy,
insane.
You know, it's funny because everywhere I go to, I'll run into a Love's. I'm like, yeah, I remember coming into this Love's. Yeah, I remember this Pilot Flying J's. Yeah, I remember this. I remember this is where, this guy slid into this truck over here. This is where,
where not to park in that place because you've been there.
Don't park here.
But I can't find my keys at home.
This truck stop here had the dirtiest fucking shit toilets that I've ever seen. Yeah. You know which ones are which. Newman says they can use the same fuel card, but carriers will still have different discounts. Some discounts are volume-based, others are negotiated. That is correct. That's why with JB Hunt's fuel card, me and Poppy were always filling up at the same Pilot Flying J's. because basically we did the exact same route or routes every single week. We knew which fuel stops to stop at to a T to get the best fuel and how to manage everything. And that's a good thing about having some type of dedicated shit too. So, Michael, I've never used Mud Flap. I don't really have a good answer to tell you why, but I think my ES Advantage card is better than what Mud Flap gives, if I remember correctly. I have looked into it in the past. There was something that kind of steered me away from Mud Flap. I don't remember what it is. I know a lot of guys talk about it, but there was something about them that I didn't like, and I ended up going with ES Advantage instead. So he says TA in mortuary New Mexico restroom was so nasty I'd rather crap in a bucket. Well, I gotta tell you,
call it mortuary New Mexico. He's exactly right.
I gotta tell you though, man, it don't matter what toilet, I'd still rather crap in a bucket half the time. You don't know what's gonna be on that damn toilet seat or what you're gonna catch.
Yeah, New Mexico gets rough.
Mud Flap can be beneficial in the plain states. Okay, I'll have to relook into that. I haven't really looked into Mud Flap in about 4 or 5. I looked into it about 4 or 5 years ago, but I haven't revisited it. James G says, just on FYI, don't be afraid to stop at T Express in Warfield, Virginia. I just took a shower in a big clean shower. TA and Petros have the weirdest point system. I've never done business with those two fuel stations. The only business I do with them is if they have a Popeyes, I'll go in and get Popeyes or KFC or some of the off restaurants that they don't have. That's the only business I've ever, and it's an emergency with them. I just their point system's so hard to keep up with, and I've never been able to keep up with it. I know a lot of guys like them, but they're just not that many nice ones around.
No, it's all they're a lot of them are nasty. The Expresses seem to be better, but those are newer.
So carry one of those pocket-sized bottles of hand sanitizer wet down the toilet seat, and it will wipe the toilet seat down before you sit down, nice and clean before you're hiding. You know, Keith, that's actually a great fucking idea. I have never thought about that before.
I keep the little spray aerosol.
Okay.
I don't use the paper ass gaskets, but I just
yeah, I can't use those, man.
Hell no. I just spray it down and wipe it down.
That's
and I pick and choose between 2 or 3 of them to see which one's cleaner, or I'll just buy a shower with, or once you've been out long enough after a week, you've got enough showers pretty much everywhere. I just get a shower, go get a clean one where it's clean in there,
So Michael says, I bet you all feeling it mom and pop is going to get you some bad fuel. I don't feel it any mom and pops. I don't know where that came through. The closest thing to a mom and pop that I feel at is a QT or a Circle K. That's about an extreme of mine.
7-Elevens have had some problems in the past year. Now they're starting to have 7-Eleven truck stops, but I'm sure it'll get better.
I don't think I've ever fueled at a 7-Eleven.
I haven't. I've just saw some CDL news.
So speaking of that, I want to go into something. You just kind of brought me into something. So 7-Elevens, if you're in the Charlotte, North Carolina area, I don't know if you watched this guy. The guy's name is This Guy Trucks. And there's been several of them, but he made a whole hour video about it where they booted his truck and he got fuel there. They had truck parking, for like 10 spots, and they still booted his truck, and 7-Eleven wouldn't do anything about it. It was one of those high profile boot companies that go in and boot people and shit just to make money. Nobody could really give him a good answer of why his truck was booted, even though it was parked in a 7-Eleven truck stop. It cost him $2,500. So I do not do any business with 7-Eleven because of that. The other thing, too, that I kind of wanted to put out here, and I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with this, but there's an ice pick bandit running around in South Georgia and in Arkansas now, too. Have you seen that? He's in Arkansas now, too. So when you guys stop anywhere south of Macon, Georgia, along I-75, all the way into the north part of Florida, I advise you guys don't stop at those truck stops for a while, man. He's popping all 18 tires on these tractor trailers and the tractor and the trailer and everything. And it's costing thousands upon thousands of dollars upon trucks. And he's not just doing one, he's doing 10 to 15 at a time. I don't know how he's getting away with it. There's video of him out there doing it. They've got pictures of the guy, but he's still out there on the loose. Now, the guy in Arkansas, I don't know if it's the same guy or if it's a different guy or whatever. And I don't even remember what part of Arkansas it is. I don't go to Arkansas that much anymore anyways. But, guys, be very vigilant about where you park. And 90% of the time that he's doing this, he's doing it on and off ramps of the highways where people sleep and shit. There have been some truck stops, but majority of it's been on and off ramps. I just kind of wanted to go over that. So
that dude gets caught, he's going to get murdered. There's going to be someone out there who doesn't have a goddamn future and not care and put that guy in the ground.
So Bubs is getting a Whataburger in Texas. Yeah, I heard that. Right. So Michael's asking me, Popeyes, is that on the carnivore diet? LOL. Well, it's chicken. It's meat. As long as you don't eat the breading, I don't see where it wouldn't be on the carnivore diet.
Pull the skin off and lick it so you can get that flavor and then just eat the meat.
So Mr. Hunky Dory says, I carry Clorox wipes to clean my toilet seats and pint of Mr. Clean and Clorox for showers and mist. Yeah. So guys, just to let you know, man, that carnivore diet, I kind of do more of a keto diet than a carnivore diet. And when I first started this, I say journey, and I was just telling my wife yesterday about this. I haven't purposely tried to lose weight. I've just cut back on a lot of stuff, and I kind of watch what I eat a little bit more heavily, because I mean, there for a while I was just eating everything all the time. I've gotten really picky about what I eat and how I snack, and how I do things. I've went from when I was at Prime in 21, I went through their process. I got on a scale and I was 305. I've never been over 300 pounds in my life. It literally scared the shit out of me. They told me that I was going to have to do a CPAP study. And anybody that knows that shit, once that gets onto your CDL, it stays on it. I end up leaving because of that. I didn't feel, not only that, I didn't feel comfortable with Prime at the time, because that's the time COVID was going around, mask and getting your shots and all that bullshit. It's no big secret how I feel about all that shit. I've talked about it before. And I don't care if YouTube demonetizes this, because I'm not looking to get paid off YouTube shit anymore. I'm tired of fucking with YouTube, trying to get everything approved. And I've talked about this with Country. For whatever reason, they've just given me the runaround. So I don't really care anymore about that. They don't pay you enough money for it anyways. But anyway, I went from 305 to where I weighed this past week when I was at home. I'm down to 235. And I haven't done jack shit other than just I walk through the parking lot at the truck stops a little bit more than I used to. I purposely get out of the truck, make sure I make a trip up to do this or do that or go to the bathroom, wash hands, whatever, and just watch what I eat. And I've lost a little bit of weight. But anyway, that's all I want to say on that. So my wife, the joke behind this is the Poo Poo 2000 is the best wash and spray. So you get you a 5-gallon bucket, get you 8-gallon garbage bags from Walmart. They fit perfectly in the 5-gallon bucket. Go to Amazon. You can get the toilet seat that fits right on the bucket. Guess what? You got an emergency toilet. And me and a buddy of mine, Chris, he comes in here every once in a while, Oklahoma City Chris, and we joke around all the time because it's no big secret. Everybody has a piss bottle. So I had when we did teams at FedEx, I had my piss bottle, and I told him about it. He was kind of new in the business. And I said, you need to get you a piss bottle, man, because that way we don't have to stop as much, because when you're working FedEx, it's all about the miles. Well, he went home that weekend, and when he came back, I had the PP 1000. He had the PP 3000. This son of a bitch was like a little bucket that sat on the floor, had a tube that went up with a little thing that hung on his fucking penis so he could take a piss while he was driving. And the joke with that the whole time has been, well, damn, you got the PP 3000. I just got the PP 1000. So that's where the Poo Poo 2000 came from. Me and the wife talks about it all the time. It's funny. Newman says, I wish the truck stops had never merged. I've been out here long enough to remember how good it used to be. Yeah, me too. I agree. They all merged. TA and Petro is not for the truck drivers that are money hungry and charge drivers for every single thing. Yep, agree. Is he a trucker or or a tire shop owner? Who are we talking about there?
Oh, he's talking about the Ice Pick Bandit.
Oh, you know what? That's a good question. I never, you know what? He possibly could be a tire shop owner. Interesting. Yeah, nobody really knows.
One of the theories I heard on when I was coming through in Georgia was that he's popping tires of people parked on the entrance ramps or the exit ramps at the truck stops. Is I can't remember the name of who they thought the guy was, but a relative or somebody got killed from a trucker parked in the side of the road, and now that's his like revenge kind of thing.
But he's doing it.
Yeah. So he's probably just knocking futs. You know what I mean?
Oh, he's more than butts. He's fucking nuts, is what he is.
You got a death wish if you're doing that in a truck stop. Especially in that area.
Newman says if I catch him popping tires, he'll be eating through a straw. Yeah, he'll be eating through a straw, and he'll have to put his helmet on with his crayon so he can draw. Army Keen, I'm going to try black tar heroin because you never see a fat junkie. Oh, man, you always got some funny shit to talk about, man. It's funny. You and this guy, Army Kane, he's a JB Hunt. And when I first started talking to you, James, and talking to him, you two sound exactly the same on the phone. When you guys would call, I could never picture who was who. And when I had that Google, because that number I put up is a Google Voice phone number, because I get some crazy people. But I could never figure out which one was who. And then finally, obviously, I figured it out. But yeah, at first it was hard. But you guys sounded exactly the same on the phone.
He sounds like an old vet too.
Actually, he is. Yep.
I mean, I'm assuming it's Army because his name's Army Kane, but I'm just saying.
Congratulations, 70 pounds is a big deal health-wise. Yeah, it is. You're right. And I really haven't done anything about it. I used the TDEE website and monitored my weight, went from 263 to 210. I just walk when I am waiting to be loaded or when get time. No hurrying. Took me 1 year. Kept the calories or about 15. Yeah, it's pretty similar to what I've done. I don't count calories. I don't count fat grams. I don't count all that bullshit. I'm more aware of what I put in. Here's the big thing, guys, that we are constantly doing. I'm guilty. We're all guilty. I had, we were rushed to get this show together tonight. I went in and got a burger at the Hardee's. This, and I tell my wife all the time, this garbage food that we've been eating at these truck stops, and I'm not talking about the nicer, places. Even sometimes the Denny's have gotten, down too. But I try my hardest not to eat the garbage, and I try to cook on the truck as much as I possibly can. My problem is with this SF5 truck, just like any truck, the refrigerator is so tiny. I thought about taking the front seat out and getting a full-size fridge, but honestly, I just haven't done it yet. I probably will eventually, but I just not have done that yet. So I get about 3 or 4 days worth of groceries, and I try to cook in the truck as much as possible. And then I go a day or two trying to get to a Walmart because of time restraints and the way I run. Sometimes I like to run nights a whole lot because I feel like I get through traffic a lot easier. So it's a little bit harder for me to get into Walmarts than it is a lot of you guys during the daytime. But I try to eat on the truck as much as I possibly can. I think that helps out. Mr. Hunky Dory, soda was killing me. I agree. So one of the things that I did that I found, and I did a little research on this, I'm a big soda guy too. There's a thing out there called SodaStream. Look into it. I bought one. Now, I'm not saying they're great for you, but it is better than the soda that you get. If you get the diet versions, they have sugarlose in it rather than the high fructose corn syrup, which is so bad for you, or the aspartame. It's a better option. What you do is you buy the machine. It's like $50 per machine. You buy the syrup and then you put water in it and you mix them and it carbonates it right then and there. They actually have the Diet Mountain Dew, the Mountain Dew Zero, the Pepsi Zero. It's all the Pepsi products, the Starry. They even have the mug root beer and all of it in the diet versions. And man, it's good. You know, I had one of these machines 10 years ago and I didn't really care for it because they didn't have the name brand sodas and it really had that nasty taste to it. But if you get the actual flavors from Pepsi, I mean, they taste like they're fresh sodas. Anybody that knows anything about me, one of the best sodas that you can possibly get is from McDonald's. Go to McDonald's and get a Coke or a Coke Zero or a Diet Coke. To me, the Diet Coke is the best thing you can get at a McDonald's. And the reason is because it's a pre-mix. It's mixed from the factory. McDonald's is the largest customer for Coca-Cola, and their shit is mixed from the factory and shipped in that way. Whereas you go to Love's or Burger King, that shit is called post-mixed, where it's mixed separately, and it's never 100% perfect. So when you're making the batches on this soda stream like I am, there's a line. You put the water up to that line. You put the syrup up to the line on the cap, pour it in, and it's almost about as perfect mixture as you can get, like you would get at a McDonald's. The only negative draw, it's Pepsi products rather than Coke products. I'm really not a Pepsi guy, but I'm making it work and it tastes a lot better. So
let me show y'all something.
Go ahead.
Look, this is what I got the mirror. I don't know if I can. This thing, $257. I can't turn the camera around, but I can put a month's worth of meals in here. Well, I just got these today, but I mean, you can do a whole month's worth of home cooked meals, and then put a little bit of extra. You know what I mean?
Right.
So and it's called Viver. You know, and you get a regular plug-in, and it also comes with a cigarette lighter plug-in. So you got either way, and I put that thing at -4 on both sides. You can do one side of fridge, one side of freezer. But if you add it together with whatever truck fridge you come with, even if it's that shitty Freightliner fridge, take out that front seat, set that thing over there. I mean, I can go nearly a whole month. And then just have to buy like coffees and stuff.
Really?
And when I was looking at the Dometic fridges. Them damn things are like $600. You know. Yep. My wife saw this. I was like, "We'll give it a shot." Man, that thing.
How much did it cost?
$257.
Okay. Well, I found me a fridge on Amazon. Like you said, I do a lot of freezer stuff. I do a lot of meals that are pre-made and stuff. With this fridge that I found, it's a 50-50. So the fridge is 50 and the freezer's 50, because a lot of times it'll be 75-25 or whatever, and the freezer a lot smaller. So this 50-50 deal, it's literally $220 for the fridge, and it's like a little dorm fridge, but it's a 50-50 deal. That's going to be one of the first things that I'm going to buy here in the next couple of weeks. I really want to do that. I agree with you.
Dorm fridge and that thing right there, I mean, saves so much money. But when you run out, you get that one burger or that one slice of pizza, and it's like, uh-oh, that was good. Let me get another one of them. Now you spend $15 on wings.
I tell you the truth, I'm gonna have to get with you and look into that, because I think I'm gonna end up getting one of those to go with the fridge that I'm gonna have to have extra. Because if you can put that much food in there, I mean, I'm all for that. I mean, that would be great.
Those the trays that you get for the little like a little cooker at the truck stop, kind of like this thing.
Yep.
This one, I get the smaller trays, and I can put 24 of those in there, and then I can still throw a couple other extra things in there.
So my wife keeps texting me, telling me how to run our show. She says we need to quit talking about little personal kitchen devices and stuff. We need to talk more about trucking shit. what I got to say to that is that's a part of the trucking shit, is to talk about these devices that we can get, because these are like little tiny homes on wheels that we have, and
Yeah.
it saves money, absolutely saves money. And I'm not digging at you, darling. I'm just making fun of it more than
It
anything. I know
saves your health too, though. Sometimes,
making
at
fun of it.
least the less that you eat in the truck stop, the more likely you're gonna feel a little better. You know, you
And,
eat them home cooked meals for 2-3 weeks.
and you see that she's already sent me the link to your Vivor refrigerator thing.
Yeah.
Even though
What's
she
coming up now?
Huh?
Is it still 257?
Let me see here. I'll tell you. I'm going to go through these comments here in a second. It is. I got a lot of comments that have popped up since we started talking. Come on. I'll look at it here in a second. It's loading. I'm in a bad internet area. Army King never went to JB Hunt. Was it Schneider, then F2F, but about to go back to Reefer. Again, Army King, give me a call before you make that decision, man. Schneider's changed.
Hey, grab my glasses.
Changed for the better. Yeah, you need to get away from F2F. Congratulations, Mr. Hunkadory, sugar and refined carbs. That's right. How do you divide home time and road time? Do you do like a couple weeks out and then go home? So everybody always asks me the secret to my success on how I do things. So the Vivor thing that she found for me, you can get one all the way from $109 all the way up to $249. I think you probably got the 40 quart. Yeah, you got the 40 quart one.
Mm-hmm.
$249 on Amazon. Keith, the secret to my success and how I do things is probably completely different than a lot of people. I have a major obstacle that a lot of guys don't have, and that's I live in Florida. I've said that many a times. I don't really have a good answer to give you. I try to come home, every 2 to 3 weeks. It might stretch to 4 or 5, depending. It just depends on what's going on. When I get a load that this week, and again, I'm still experimenting with a lot of stuff. This week, I've got 3 loads that go into Florida, and I've got a little bit of deadhead out. I'm just bouncing back and forth. Like the load that I'm on now, I started in Bowling Green, Kentucky, goes to Tampa, Florida, Brooksville, Florida. And then I deadhead from Brooksville, Florida, all the way up to the Atlanta area. It's 400 miles deadhead. I get it. I understand that. But the load paid me enough money to make it make sense for me to deadhead to go up and do it. So the load that I'm picking up in Atlanta, I forget what the side city is, Adairville, or I forget what the city is. It goes up to right outside the Buffalo, New York area, which I never go to New York, but I don't mind going to Buffalo. But it pays so well to do that. The next 3 loads that I have, I basically take a load out of each place. So with me going from Atlanta to Buffalo, I'm going from Buffalo back to Atlanta to the exact same place. And from Atlanta, I'm going to Lakeland from the same exact place. And from Lakeland, I don't have anything from that Sam's Club to Lakeland. So and that's Saturday when I get home. With that being said, I'll go home for a couple of days, and just depending on what's going on, I'll probably go back out Monday or Tuesday and do it all over again. It just happens to where I'm going home through that time period. But I literally have 0 deadhead miles this week coming up. But I had 500 deadhead miles last week because of this 400 that I'm doing. So the 400 that I'm going to do in the morning will be on this payroll. I hope that helps. I don't really have a good answer to give you, just because I live in Florida. Mr. Hunky Dory, thank you, Nicole. It was easy, but if I want a piece of cake, I eat it. No dietary restrictions. Yep. Just remember, my wife, Nicole, has a hole in her name. Just remember that. She has an H in her name. She always said when we first met, she has a hole in her. You get that, James?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's what she used to always tell me when we first met. Just remember, I got a hole in my name. Army King, you can take out the factory fridge and put in a 4.5 cubic fridge. And yep, that's one of the things that I've been talking about doing, buddy. I don't want to do a whole lot of stuff to this SFI truck, though. That's my only issue right now.
Yeah, that sucks. 'Cause I got 3 dorm fridges at the house. We take them to camp and stuff like that, and it sucks not being able to use. That's the one thing I don't like about the SSI truck. I know that you can do it, but the only thing I want to mess with is taking out the passenger seat, just so I have more room for me and the dog.
Let me read these comments, man. I just got like 20 comments all at once.
All right.
Look into a Bouge RV fridge. Comes with cigarette plug lighter, 12 volt. I have 53 quart portable fridge along with the truck fridge. Cook food for 12 to 14 days more if you ration. Yeah, I got exactly the plan that I'm going to do, and it's going to work. Yeah, everybody has their own little breakfast and dinner. Everybody has their own little plan. I've got my plan. I just got to put it into place. I get the same thing every time. I get fast food diarrhea. Yep. It's because honestly, the food isn't designed for. I mean, honestly, a lot of this, even years ago, and I don't know if anybody remember this, but they did a survey and a thing on Taco Bell. They found out the meat wasn't even human, wasn't even made for human consumption. And we're eating this shit. You know what I mean? It's not even for human consumption or domestic fridge. And that's exactly what I'm going to end up doing, No Limit. I'm going to put a dorm-style fridge in here is what I'm going to do. LOL, I make sweet tea now, 3/4 cup sugar to a gallon of water. I got a mini freezer, 558 calories to a gallon. I just get free ice here and there, better than 6 and 7. Yep. Again, everybody has their vice, and I get what you're doing. You're doing the sweet tea thing. My vice has always been soda, and it's just something that I can't give up. And I think my option is really working out. Or will. Unfortunately, I left the machine at home this week, and I didn't want to go out and spend the $50 and get another device, but I think I'm going to have to. Vevor is great too. That's what he was talking about, James. Oops. I got the Vevor mini fridge also. Mr. Hunky Dory says, how many quart is the Vevor? Was it 40 quarts? Is that what we said? 42?
40, 44, something like that.
Yeah. Hardcore trucking shit, pulling heavy shit. Yeah, brother. Truckers trucking all the time. I'm so sorry, Miss Fly Rabbit. Please don't be mad at me. I'm a smart ass. Yeah, absolutely, man. Good diet saves health, bills, and downtime due to illness and saves money. Absolutely. What size freezer do you have? 44 quart, if that's what you're talking about on James's. Yeah, there's one on there for $199 is what she said. My wife, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Newman says, boo. 12 liter, Miss Stewart. 12 liter. Okay. How much does the SodaStream cost you per serving? I haven't sat down and figured this out completely. But what I will tell you, one bottle of the syrup will make you 8 liters. Okay, so that's 4 2-liter bottles. The syrup costs about anywhere between $5 and $6 a bottle, and whatever water you use. The water, I mean, you can use bottled water. What I do is I go to Publix or Walmart, and my wife gets me the gallon jugs of water. It works just fine. It's literally, 99 cents for one of those jugs of water. So, I mean, you do the math and figure it out, but, I mean, it's still a lot cheaper than buying 12 packs of soda. A lot cheaper.
That's what I use. I forgot mine, too. But I use the Mio. I don't use the soda stuff because my vice with soda, I'm afraid to get hooked back on soda. So I'll either drink it straight, cold soda water, or I'll just use Mio.
Well, remember those Mios, you got to find the ones that don't have the aspartame in them. That's another one.
No, for sure. You know when you get the wrong one. It's a horrible aftertaste.
How much of the Mio do you put in with the water to make it to where it tastes good?
Just a quick little couple of squirts, just enough so I can get a little flavor. I'm afraid to overserve it because I don't want to get hooked on soda again. I've been off now for 8 months, so
I have never thought about doing that with the SodaStream. I'll have to try that.
Yeah, I like blackberry. Like the that Canadian. I was going to say Canadian Mist, but we're not talking whiskey. But the clear Canadian things. Yeah. The blackberry. So if you get the blackberry Mio, it tastes just like it when you do the SodaStream.
Yeah. It's funny. I wonder, you've seen the Orange Crush with the Mios and stuff, and the
Hmm.
A&W root beer. I wonder if it would be the same if you carbonated it up with the Soda Stream.
Yes, it is. the
Really? Oh man,
the
I
well
have
the
opened up
like
something new.
it's kind of more like an orange creamsicle soda, to be honest with you, but
Ooh, that
it's like a
sounds
cross
so.
between cream soda and Orange Crush.
I'm going to Walmart tomorrow, buddy. That's I'm
But
gonna
my
try.
taste buds have been different since COVID too, so I could be slightly wrong. Like I don't taste hot as much either anymore.
See, that's the opposite of me, and I've never had COVID. At least I don't think I have. Um, but as I get older, I don't do hot as well as I do cold. If that makes any sense.
Oh yeah.
I've never been a coffee drinker or hot chocolate. I don't do hot liquids. I do cold liquids, and I really don't like cold food. Like a lot of people like ham sandwiches and cold pizza. I like hot food, so my taste buds are a little bit different. But everything that's hot anymore. Now I'm not talking about spicy hot. I'm talking about flavor hot.
Yeah.
I have a hard time dealing with it. My I don't know. I guess my teeth, my gums don't like that as much as it used to be when I was younger. Of course, we're all deteriorating. Key says if you bite the bullet and buy you another Soda Stream, now you won't have to carry one. Yep, and that's exactly what I'm going to end up doing. It's just, like me and James talked about, we don't really like buying stuff for ourselves. We like sending the money home as much as we can. We send our money home to the girls as much as we possibly can, even though my wife, plays games with me. Army Cane, I use the Primo water dispensers and carry 2.5-gallon jugs, and I refill and have the pump for it. Primo. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about. I'll have to look into that too. My wife says Mio has antifreeze in it. Did you know that?
Yeah, she's right. But I only it's like people say soda or pop or whatever. All those little squirts, I call them all Mio.
Okay.
So I think I get the sometimes great value. Sometimes I get the Crush brand itself,
Right.
like, the soda brand or whatever. But I don't get necessarily Mio exactly, except for the one that has the caffeine.
Shit, it might be
So
Crystal Light. It might be Walmart.
as long as it tastes good, yeah. I don't know which one. Sometimes it is the damn Crystal Light, but no one knows what the hell you're talking about. If I just say squirt, they're like, huh, what? So I just call it all Mio.
So James G said, Mary A. Ty, my chili pepper tolerance has increased greatly. Yep. It's not really the spicy stuff per se that bothers me. Like I said, it's the temperature hot shit is really kind of what gets to me. I
Yeah.
can eat me some. I can eat me some hot wings. And I'm tempted. You ever watch the YouTube channel, the Hot Ones, where they bring celebrities in and they eat hot
Oh
wings? And
yeah.
I'm tempted to get me some Carolina Reaper wings and shit like that just to see how things go. I haven't done
Oh,
it.
have you seen my last video where we were at my dad's chicken poop nursery?
Uh
We grow Carolina Reapers
huh.
there. So, and we make a lot of that stuff. Now that's a whole lot different because we make it pretty much with just some spices and grind it up and turn it into paste and make it. But that you don't want to try.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be
Call
able to
that
handle
Drano because everything's coming out from all orifices.
it. My wife is actually giving you the term propylene glycol in a lot of meals. Stay away from those.
Yep.
That is the what you call it that she was talking about, antifreeze.
Lesser of two evils. A couple drops of that squirt, or get hooked on Mountain Dew again.
I don't know, man. Sometimes they say that, and that's been the big discussion. Sometimes the sugar is better for you than some of these additives that they do, dude.
Well, things
You
like that, Mountain Dew and stuff. People with I know I have some ADHD, and one of my sons does. You take a drink of Mountain Dew, and have the opposite effect where it doesn't make you go hyper; it just chills you out.
Well, you remember, I haven't seen them lately, but you remember a couple years ago, and I'm saying, I say couple, 5 to 10 years ago, there for a while, Pepsi, Coke, all these were making the real cane sugars for a while. You remember those?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
They quit making them all of a sudden.
No, you got to get the Mexican soda now.
Yeah, and sometimes I think those sodas are actually better for you than some of this shit that we drink. I just my vice more than anything in the world is the caffeine-free Diet Cokes, the Diet Cokes in the gold cans. I don't know why. My wife even has discovered this too. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, to me, they taste better than any other Coke because they're just a tad bit sweeter. They're almost like drinking a real Coca-Cola back in the day with real sugar in it. I don't know why, just because they don't have caffeine in them or whatever. They just, to me, they're a lot more sweeter and they taste good to me.
Yeah.
Especially on a hot day, a caffeine-free Coca-Cola with a lot of ice. Let the ice melt a little bit and get just not watery, but just kind of water it down a little bit is the best tasting drink in the world, in my opinion.
That's the only way I could drink soda. I can't drink it just straight out of a can. It is
I
not
can.
cold enough.
I can, but I like having it. I always have to have ice too. I have a set limit after net that goes home to the truck needs retirement fund. I've been paying my home off ASAP 1 to 2 extra payments a month. Yeah, I haven't. That's my goal in the next year. I haven't got myself to that position yet to where I do that. My wife is telling me, no Carolina Reaper, James. It will make you sick. I think you took it too far there, darling. She keeps texting me this stuff instead of just put it on here.
But if you get a bad cold and you're stuffy, you just now your nose is clear.
Here's a question for you, Nicole. Keith says, isn't propylene glycol the same thing they make vape liquids out of? That's probably a good question. We need to go back to the days when we had actual cocaine in the Coke. Yeah, none of us would have jobs if that was the case. That's
cocaine
funny.
in the Coke and no logs.
Yeah.
And no sleep.
Sugar and high fructose corn syrup are metabolized differently. Yep. I would think that the fructose corn syrup is worse for you than sugar is. So just a conspiracy theory fact here. I say fact. I'm 99% sure that it's correct. Do you know who one of the creators of Starbucks was?
Huh. I don't know.
Bill Gates' dad. And yeah, everybody that knows anything about sugar and different things, the whole reason that they started Starbucks was to get people addicted to coffee and sugars, and that's how Starbucks became. I mean, again, I've done a little bit of looking into this, and I can't confirm it 100%, but there's a lot of stuff that goes to that, and just as well as I do. I mean, when you go to Starbucks, how much money does it really cost to make a coffee like that? I mean, is it really worth $5 or $6 a cup? I mean,
Hell
they
no.
probably have 20, 30 cents of coffee in it with a little bit of sugar. I mean, think about it. It was a great idea, and I think Starbucks is about old as, I think you're my age, if I'm not mistaken. I think 1971 is when Starbucks was started. I was born in 70. I could be wrong on that, but that was the time period that, somewhere in the late 70s, early 80s, they started putting high fructose corn syrup in the sodas. And the only reason I remember this growing up in, the Kentucky area, Louisville, Big Red is a drink that's very popular in that area, in there and in the South. And I remember when they made that transition to high fructose corn syrup, it changed the taste of, especially Big Red. I was a Big Red drinker. I just absolutely, I love that soda more than Diet Coke. But I can't. It's too sugary now. And with the high fructose corn syrup,
it has a chalkiness to it, like they dissolved a piece of licorice in it or something.
And even the real sugar ones you can get at the bottles at Cracker Barrel, they're too sweet. I can't drink them anymore. And I grew up on these drinks. And the Starbucks, same thing. They started this sugary coffee shit back in the 70s and stuff. Army King says nose is clear and shithole is on fire. Asshole is on fire. Mr. Hunky Dory, just Google LOL. Yeah, fructose is far worse. Yeah, I I know my wife has done all that research. Two ways to a dozen eggs. I wish you could spell. Just do what's best for your body. Eat more red meat and water. 1,000%. Our bodies. We're carnivores. We were designed by God to be carnivores. I don't understand. I've never understood the vegan concept. But again, like she says, whatever works for you, it works for you. I don't know if you've ever noticed that too, and I've told my wife this before too. Have you ever noticed that vegans are usually really fair skinned? Have you ever thought about that? It's because they're not getting the pigment from the protein to their bodies. Mm-hmm.
They're force feeding themselves the vitamins and the minerals through pills and things like that. And your body doesn't digest it the same way.
Keith, buddy, I could keep your ears filled with some of the shit that I've read and some of the stuff that I know, especially when it comes to government.
Some of the shit I can confirm.
Yep.
That I refuse to because I don't want men in black to show up at my door.
Yeah. Feel free to call me anytime, Keith. We can talk for hours about conspiracy theories. We can compare, things. The only thing that I ask you, and sometimes, me and D talks about it all the time. He thinks I'm a little bit more far right than where I need to be, but I'm about as far right as you possibly can be and still be an independent. I'm not really a Republican. I'm more of an independent. But some of my theories are so fucking far right because of all the shit that's been going on the last 10 to 15, 20 years. Me and you could have conversations for days about stuff. I promise you that. Just have an open mind. That's all I can tell you.
Can't we do it on the Wednesday rabbit hole show? When we go down the rabbit hole on Wednesdays?
You know what? That might be an option that we can do, brother. You know what?
Once a month conspiracy show?
Hey, instead of doing a recruiting show, that's what we ought to do. We ought to do a conspiracy show. At this point, I don't think we'll get shut down because I think a lot of that shit's over with. I think we could have a good show on conspiracies. Anybody in here agree with that? Because we were going to call it the Rabbit Hole Show anyways. We came up with that earlier. Anybody got any comments on that? Maybe having a conspiracy theory show? I think it's a great idea.
I'll be wearing my aluminum hat so I don't have one of them military planes zap me with the directed energy.
Guys, I'm telling you, man, we could have some good conversations on this. My wife will probably join up on that too. Red meat and veggies. I'm not a veggie guy, and they're oxidants. I can't remember. My wife knows the name. They're not good for you either in some cases. Depends. Protein, Big Red and cherry wine and pure horde. I love Big Red, and cheer wine or whatever doesn't even compare to Big Red. People compare it all the time. I couldn't get into cheer wine. I know why people do. It has a decent taste, but it's just not for me. Big Red gum is good also. Yeah, it's more of a cinnamon gum. I don't know why they call it Big Red. It's more cinnamon. Big Red, just if anybody's never had a Big Red soda, just imagine a Mountain Dew with all the sugar in it, but it's not even cherry. It has its own it's called red cream soda is what it's called. It's kind of like a cherry cream soda in a roundabout way, but it really isn't cherry flavored. I don't really have if you never had one, get one. Remember, they created new Coke because they needed to switch the sugar on regular Coke. Yeah, kind of, sort of. I'm going back before they even brought the new Coke. Back in the late 70s, before they brought new Coke, again, this is conspiracy shit. They wanted to control humans a little bit. I don't want to say control. That's probably not the right word. They wanted to take everybody off the sugar and put them on high fructose corn syrup because it was cheaper to get or make, or it was genetically made better. I don't remember what the reasoning was. And they did this in the 70s, late 70s, like 77, 78, 79, somewhere in that area. because I remember when it happened, Jimmy Carter was the president, and it was a big deal. And all these companies, and then right after they did that, I think somewhere around 1980, 81, that's when Diet Coke first came out. A lot of diet stuff came out. Diet Coke came out. Believe it or not, Miller Lite was the first beer that came out that was a light beer, and then Bud Light came out right after that. But there was a lot of changing around, and a lot of this stuff, the high fructose corn syrup, and and then New Coke. I don't even really remember the reason why New Coke even came out. I think they were just marketing, trying different new things, and New Coke was so awful that they had to go back to the original formula of Coca-Cola, and it really had nothing to do with the high fructose corn syrup.
Then they did the clear soda for a while, didn't they? Or was that Pepsi?
That was Pepsi. Yeah, Pepsi did. Nuts, berries, beef, fish, poultry, and natural diet. Yep. So the clear Pepsi that you're talking about, they actually brought that back about 5 years ago, and it didn't last but a couple months. You remember that?
Yeah, it was like a specially release or something to see if people would buy it.
Yeah. I spent several years reading and watching and listening as well. Buddy, I got to tell you, man, I've got a conspiracy on just about everything government related right now. And I strongly suggest, I don't know how anybody feels about September 11th when that all crap happened and stuff. I really, if anybody's never seen it, just YouTube it. YouTube a program called Loose Change. I strongly suggest you watch it. It'll open up your eyes if you're not familiar with everything that happened on September 11th. Everything in that Loose Change movie, I mean, I believe all of it. I really honestly do. Anybody that knows anything about government, when we're not at war, we're not making money. United States of America, up until a few years ago, was a corporation. We're a corporation for hire. That's why we have a deficit of trillions of dollars. And until the corporation was dissolved, and I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole, but when you're not at war and when you have presidents and vice presidents that have interest in big companies like Halliburton and stuff like that, well, guess what? It makes sense for them to want to go to war to make money. You know this, right, James?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It makes sense, and that's why we're always at war. That's why they always try the race shit with us all the time. They always want to keep the public in a civil war type status because it makes money. And that's the whole reason. Sorry, like my rice, 1 cup here and there. Yep. I'm an oatmeal guy. That's another thing that I love, my brown sugar and oatmeal. Love it. Absolutely love it. I try not to do much. Big Red is more vanilla than, you know what, Keith? Yeah, you're right. It does have it's kind of like a red vanilla soda. Yeah, I agree. If you look at 10 years plus carnivores versus 10-year vegans, the vegans look awful. The color in their face looks bad. Their skin looks bad. And they're malnourished and everything hurts them. I agree with you, Keith. And honestly, this weight loss that I have, I've cut back, like I've said. I'll eat like earlier when I first stopped this afternoon, I had a steak. That was it. I didn't have any potatoes or no vegetables with it, just a steak. And I cooked it right here in my grill, and it was fucking great. Absolutely great. Walmart had a special on ribeyes, little thin ribeyes. You put it in this little skillet, get the skillet nice and hot, put it on the skillet, put it on one side for about 3 minutes, flip it, put it on the other side for 3 minutes, done. And it was great. Wife says good for baby boy is what she calls me for BB. For remembering, yes, oxalates. Yep, oxalates in the vegetables. Couldn't think of the word. Most people don't know that the U.S. was a corporation. Yes, sir. U.S. corporation was dissolved, from what I read, in 2019 by President Trump. And this is no big secret. I don't know if you can Google it, but you do a little research. It was filed in court in Tallahassee, Florida in 2019, to where our corporation was dissolved. we're kind of running as a republic right now, and that's how the new country is going to be. It's going to be a republic. Everybody always talks about the democracy. Well, we were never a democracy. We're a republic. U.S. Patriot Act. Privacy concerns and civil liberties, potential abuse of surveillance powers. Yep. Another good movie way before its time, and I don't remember the name of it, but there's two of them actually. One of them was with Mel Gibson and Julia Roberts, where he was a conspiracy theorist and she was a news reporter. You remember that one? I'll have to look the name of it, and I'll tell you. The other one was with Will Smith, and it was Enemy of the State. You remember that movie?
Yeah.
That was way before its time, and that's exactly what's going on. Pause me for here just 1 second. I'm going to tell you that Mel Gibson movie. If you've not seen it, watch it. Because that's a lot of the shit that's going on right now that we're watching right in front of our eyes. Mel Gibson. Of course, I don't have a greatest of internet connections. I'll look here in a second. There he is. Unwarranted evasions of privacy and targeting innocent individuals. Yep. All right, Mel, where are your movies here? What was the name of that damn movie? It was good, too. I used to be a big Julia Roberts fan until here recently. I think there's a lot of musicians, actors and actresses that are involved in all this shit that's going on right now. That's why we spent 20 years in the desert. Absolutely, dude. Name of that movie was...
Can't remember it.
You made a movie called The Beaver. That's not it, though. This movie was... Actually, it's called Conspiracy Theory. Made in 1997. That's the name of the movie, Conspiracy Theory. What a great movie. Of course, Mel Gibson's one of the good guys. Is the carnivore diet expensive? You know, here's the thing. It appears to be expensive because you're buying steaks, but when you do the numbers and with the shit that you don't buy, it's actually cheaper, if that makes sense.
I have a hack for that.
Yeah, what's up?
I mean, obviously, I'm not doing it now on the truck, but when I'm not on the truck, I eat 90% that way, you know. I mean, I eat a lot of leafy green vegetables because we have big gardens and nurseries at home. But, you know, I used to be a meat cutter like 15 years ago or something like that, 12 years ago. And if you go to Sam's Club or any of those big box stores where they come in the big cryovac chunks, you know, the whole muscle, now, my favorite cut of meat was always chuck roast, any form of chuck, okay? And it's cheaper than the other stuff, you know? But before they cut it, you can buy the whole chuck roll, right? And let's say maybe it costs you $75 to $100. But you can cut that into your portion sizes. You can cut out of that. If you cut it exactly the way they want with the steaks, then you have to stew the rest. You're wasting it, you know? Because you don't want to cut it to exact specs for a grocery store. You just cut that thing into 75 to 100 little steaks. Boom. You brought your price down to nearly nothing, and you have nearly no loss on a chuck roll. And I can't tell how many times I've done that. I've talked to my stepkids about that, and hey, listen, go get a couple of them done. Go get a chuck roll, fill your freezer up with 70, 80 steaks. You know, and now you spent $70 or $80 on what would have cost you if you would have went and bought all that, you know, $200-300, you know.
Right. So, you know, another thing that a lot of people don't know too is, you know, there for a long time, everybody was Trader Joe's this, Trader Joe's that, you know, because they, you know, have the better types of foods. And a lot of people don't know this, but do you know who owns Trader Joe's? Aldi. Did you know that?
No.
They have the same shit. It's just packaged differently. And you know, Aldi is one of those, supposedly one of those cheaper stores where you can get cheaper foods and stuff. It's the same shit, exact same shit, and it's labeled differently. You can go to Aldi and get your good meats at Aldi too at a fraction of the cost compared to Sam's or Walmart or any of those other places. Just another hack, like you said, a hack A lot of people don't know that, but they're one and the same. The wife says oxalates become harder to absorb as we get older, causing inflammation. Not all vegetables are created equal, and not all are good for people. Our body can get vitamins by eating red meat and organs. Um,
I love
my
this
wife
organ
is
meat.
my wife is no biologist or no scientist by any means, but she does do a lot of research, and she's been studying this shit for about 10 years. And we've been on this path for a long time. Conspiracy report. Yeah, it's conspiracy theory. I just looked it up. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yes, yes, Rig Pig, depending on how you eat. Yeah, and again, he's right. And what happens is with the carnivore diet, especially with me, it makes you eat more. Instead of eating 3 times a day, like the government has always told you, they got their different types of food groups and shit. Well, with the carnivore diet, instead of eating 3 times a day, you might eat 6 or 7 times a day. But guess what? They've always told us that red meat is bad for you. It's not bad for you. It doesn't clog your arteries up. It doesn't do any of that shit. They don't want you to do that because they want you to eat the shit that they can fucking grow and, and put poisons in and shit. That's the problem. They don't want you to eat meat. It's one of the reasons why, back in the conspiracy shit, it's one of the reasons why Bill Gates got into a big habit of buying, farmlands here in the last few years. And they were murdering and we've all seen it, murdering the fucking animals on the fucking planet because they want us all to be fucking vegans and shit. There's a reason behind all this shit, whether it's conspiracy. And a lot of this shit ain't conspiracy theory anymore. They thought we were crazy 5, 6, 7 years ago when we started talking this shit. It's happening. All this stuff is happening. We've talked about it. I know I'm getting way off, and this should be. We need to do the rabbit hole, man. I really feel strong about that. Rather than doing recruiting, people can always call us to recruit, but the rabbit hole, I think we'll gain a lot of people on that show. And seriously, I might even start a separate channel for the rabbit hole. I think I am. I think I'm going to start a separate channel. We're going to build that channel up. Stay tuned, guys. We're going to start the rabbit hole. When I was on it, I mostly ate steak and ribs, and yes, it was expensive. Yep. And Rig Pig saying thank you. Mr. Hunky Dory, I have a 15-year-old who mows and trims my lawn once a week. I cannot put $50 cash in his bank account. I added a Zelle account so I can pay him. I could not put $50 in his bank account. I wonder what the purpose of that. I don't get that. Do you get that comment?
And most banks, you got to be 16 years old with parental consent to get a bank account. But I got my younger kids, before they turned 18. I got them, what do you call that? Cash App cards.
Yeah. So that's not true, because me and the wife just went to the bank this past week. You can actually have a bank account, because we're going to do it for our daughter. She turns 13 this year. You can be 13 and have your own bank account with your own debit card and everything. Did you know that?
Yeah, they have kid accounts and stuff now. Generally, it's supposed to limit, like if you go to purchase something that's banned from that card or something like that, which in my opinion should be how a damn debit, the food stamp card should be. But I'm just saying.
But the parent sets it up. You don't with we won't put a limit on. I don't think. I mean, that's the wife's decision, obviously, because she's with.
No, I mean it's I think some federal thing, because it's a minor's card. You know what I mean? So but I don't know. I think it depends on the bank too, because I was looking at getting one for my son, but he was turning 18, so I was like, no, you don't want to do that. You just want to get you a regular bank account, because then you're gonna have to go and get rid of it and then go get you a bank account. So.
See, that's another rabbit hole discussion. I'm sure that has something to do with taxes, and that's another rabbit hole discussion we can go into one day. Income taxes. Walmart is now starting to sell bigger loins like Sam's Club. Yeah, I've seen that. I bought one the other day, as a matter of fact. Winn-Dixie here will grind or cut chuck roast for free. I buy BOGOs, etc. So not only will Winn-Dixie cut, Publix has always been really good about doing stuff like that too. And I think even Walmart has gotten that way too if you request something.
Well, my other hack is I got 2 standalone freezers at the house and the freezer on my fridge. It's all loaded up with gator meat that I hunted. Um, swapping out meat with other people. I got tons of rabbit, tons of chickens that we raised and butchered with my sister-in-law. Hell, I just ate 10 pounds of wings on home time that from when we butchered. So all
Yep.
that it saves a crap ton of money.
So Keith says, I never thought of it like that. Yep. Anthony Chaffee will tell you that plants are bad for you. It's just that we have adopted some of their defenses and aren't as severe to us. Okay. Rabbit Hole Wednesday would be great. I like that, but the problem is everything that I do is with fly rabbit, so I got to keep the rabbit hole. I do like that though. I'll have to take that in consideration.
Bro, I gotta get on that AI thing and play with that thing because I can already see a rabbit looking down at the hole, but also looking up and having a UFO over his head.
What you need to do is have the rabbit looking up or looking down at the flat Earth with the UFO flying above. Is what you need to do.
Yeah,
That's what you need to do. Mr. Hunky Dory, you are not allowed to put cash in someone else's account. It has to be a check. Okay, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's right.
Wow.
I gotta deal with that all the time. My wife has to Zelle people. That's why they have Zelle, because that goes bank to bank.
Okay, I did not know that. It's 15 to get a debit card, but before 15, it's just an ATM card. That's Wells Fargo told me that it was a debit card or an ATM card or whatever. We put the limits on her card through Wells Fargo's from what we were told. Interesting. It is a way to control money laundering, according to Truist. There's a lot of money laundering shit going on. Again, with taxes, and the only reason the term money laundering is even a term is because of income taxes. Think about that for a second. There's no such thing as money laundering unless it's to evade taxes.
Mm-hmm.
And with that rabbit hole, if things go the way they're looking, the way they're going, there's going to be no such thing as IRS anymore. And there won't be a reason for the term of that either. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I was just explaining this stuff to my wife and the kids the other day. How I'm like, the IRS, all that shit's only like 70 years old or 80 years old or something like that.
Yeah, it was formed under
pretty recent thing.
FDR. It was actually a little bit older. FDR in the 30s is when they started the IRS. Yep. Fat is good for us. That's why dementia is skyrocketing, because low-fat diets, our brains need cholesterol and fat. 100%.
The best part of the steak too. Everybody at the house, if you cut that out of your plate, put it on mine. I'll eat it.
Yes, it does have it will have a Visa logo on it. Just to tell you, at least our bank, Wells Fargo, that's what we were told. I haven't officially yet because I'm not 13 yet.
I got my kids all the Cash App card, and what we didn't know is that when they would go and spend stuff, when I would look at them to see how much money they had left, if they, hey, I need another 20, I need another 20 or whatever, and I'd go look, they didn't know that I could see everything they were spending. So I was like, listen here, jackass, you can't buy 45 Mountain Dews in a week. You know what I mean? You want $20 more, you're telling me you're spending it for lunch at school. I see 14. It was actually 32 Mountain Dews. I was like, no, dude. You better start doing something else with that money. You ain't getting no more.
See, we were talking about these debit cards and stuff, and it's all up to my wife, but my daughter is, and I'm not just saying this because she's my daughter, but if Nicole's watching this, I know she is. She just made a comment. Let Haley listen to this. She's an absolute angel. She does no wrong in my eyes. I would put no limits on anything. As long as she has it or we have it, then she has it. And it's always been that way. She really is the perfect child. And granted, she has her little issues here and there with, certain things. But when it comes to a personality and who she is and what she has grown into a little woman of her own. And we all have our own little angry times and angry spots, but um, she really is a perfect child.
Now, were you different with the boy though? Because
I
I
have
find that to be hard.
I have a boy too, and he's he's got his issues, but for the most part, he was. And again, I wasn't. This is the problem. I wasn't afforded of a lot of his earlier life. I've only
Mm.
become a part of his life as he's gotten older, because we lived in separate states, went through a really bad divorce. My ex always tried to get me in trouble for everything that she possibly could, and was pretty successful a lot of times. And I guess my son was about 15 when he finally realized because he was always a mama's boy. He realized what she's doing. And about 2 years ago, he called me and told me, he says, Dad, I know the things that you went through. I see it in my mom now. And I said, Jake, I wasn't there to, wasn't able to give you the things that I really wanted to. And fortunately for me and my wife, we've raised our daughter the way we wanted to raise her, and in our eyes, she's turned out to be as perfect as we possibly can make her. You know what I mean? And we
Oh
were
yeah.
we were just having a conversation about this today. As a matter of fact, you watch movies, okay? We're all guys, I get it, but think about this for a second. You watch a movie and think of just any movie that you can possibly think of. Think of all the sexual overtones or the nudity or something that goes on. 99% of the time, it's the woman that is naked, not the man. And again,
Hmm.
I get it. Sex sells. Men are perverts. We always have been. We always will be. But when you have a daughter, you kind of look at things a little bit differently. Um, and so let me back up a little bit. So we got our daughter that was homeschooled. She's got a friend that went through the public school system. They're both, within months of each other of ages. My daughter has absolutely zero interest in, you know, boyfriends, males, whatever, however you want to look at it. The other little girl, she goes through boyfriends all the time. And they're subjected to this stuff. And if you ever watch Disney, this is one of the things we've never really been a Disney fan. You watch Disney shit, there's always sexual overtones in Disney shit, even the
Hmm.
cartoons and stuff. They produce this shit at an early age for these kids to watch. And I don't care if you got a boy or a girl. It's the
Yeah.
same way on, and this is a rabbit hole concept too that we're talking about. But nobody else has made any other comments. But that's all I wanted to say, man. You know, they produce this shit for kids to
Oh, you're
watch,
right.
and unfortunately, my daughter, we don't hide anything from her. She knows everything about everything when it comes to sex, men, women. She's seen it on TV. I grew up a lot different than a lot of other kids. My dad had strip clubs when I was growing up. I was the 5, 6 year old boy flipping the light switches when the girls got up on stage with the
Yeah.
lights. So I grew up around that shit at an early age. I knew about it, and I didn't hide it from my son. I didn't hide it from my daughter. Um, I wanted them to be aware of it. And in my opinion, when they're aware of shit like that, when it comes to drugs, sex, drinking, when you're aware of stuff like that and you make them aware of it, then they don't want to be a part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
I
sure.
was I was aware of it. My dad, I love my dad to death. I'm not talking about him. He's long gone. He's been away from us for many years, but he was a drug dealer. Um, I hate to say it that way, and I'm putting it out here. And I know maybe some of the family members might see this, but it's a fact. They hid this from me, till I was of age. I mean, I always knew it in the back of my mind, but
Yeah.
I was never told that for sure. But I always had what I needed to grow up. Um, we didn't have a lot of money in my earlier years, but as time got older, through the stuff, my dad was very wealthy. I had just about everything I ever needed. I had a car it's like I had a car at 12 years old. Couldn't drive it, but I had a car. Wasn't the best car, but I had a car. And then I got another car when I was 15. And I got a new car every so. And what I'm getting at more than anything, my dad steered me away from that shit and got me my second job, actually. My first job was something else, but got me my second job, and it was in law enforcement. He didn't want me to be a part of that shit at all, and pushed me towards that and pushed me towards everything else. Anyway, I don't know where I was going to with that, but
well, very similar. I ain't seen my 4 biological kids. I only seen one last year for like a couple hours when he came down for a school event. Other than that, I ain't seen him in 5 years. On January 30th, my birthday is 5 years ago. She took him to Wyoming, and I couldn't stop it. And there's nothing I could do. And it's, when you live across the country like that, you're talking thousands of dollars just to go see them. Like, could I jump on a plane for a weekend? Sure, but I'm not going to.
buddy,
It's not that simple because they live in Wyoming. They're 65 miles from the nearest Walmart. What am I going to do? You know what I mean?
I
So,
dealt with that for 15 years, dude. And
mhm.
the kicker out of it, I had to leave Kentucky to get away from her, because if I wouldn't have got away from her, it would have been bad. I would have been in jail all the time for the shit
Yeah.
that she was causing me all kinds of issues and problems. And it's not that it was child support or anything like that. My son always had everything he needed. I always paid my child support. I never got in the rears of child support or anything like that. It's just she was a cunt, to be proper about it. And I wasn't afforded, to raise my son
Yeah.
the way I wanted to. And that's just the way it was.
I'm
So,
hoping like your son who learned later on just naturally. I'm hoping that happens with my kids. I mean, we talk on the phone and stuff like that, but boy, do I hope that they come around and understand that it wasn't
they
me.
will. They will.
You know what I mean?
My son at 17 went into the military, went into the Marines, got into a very high capacity position in the Marines. He was a crew chief for the F-18 fighter jets, the Thunderbolts in the Marines. I don't know if you know anything about the Thunderbolts, but the Thunderbolts are the very first team that goes in to strike at anything. And he was one of the only people that could ground the airplane for whatever reason. He was part of the not the avionics, but the propulsion, I guess, is what it was. So he had the capability of grounding the airplane. So he had a very high profile position, went all over the world. And when I say this, from 2017 all the way up to 22, he was in for 5 years, went all around the whole world. When he got out, got a civilian job. He got out at the perfect time, because that was about the time period Sleepy Joe became president. He didn't want nothing to do with that. Got out, and that's when the COVID shots and all that bullshit started. He got out for all those reasons, and went into a civilian type job working for a nuclear power company. High paying job. Couldn't handle it. Hated it. What do you think that he did after that? Where do you think he went to work at?
Probably a cop or a firefighter.
Yep. That's exactly what he did. He followed my footsteps, went in to be a police officer, and he switched different, agencies. The agency is with now, I believe he'll stay there till he retires. He's in a smaller agency he's in Kentucky, but he's up around Cincinnati. He's had the FBI, he's had the Secret Service, DOD, every alphabet letter agency you can talk about that we talk about in conspiracy theories has called him and tried to recruit him. But he's stuck with what he's got. I know my wife's going to say some stuff on here about it in a minute. So he's just laughing. You're on fire, Mr. Rabbit. Hey, Nicole, I haven't told you yet, but me and him are going to start our Wednesday show. I told you originally we were going to do recruiting, but we're going to call it the Rabbit Hole Show, and we're going to do conspiracy theories. And I'm being serious. I think that's a good idea. We're going to start a whole new channel and call it the Rabbit Hole. She says she's out for the night. I hope she heard that. Stay vigilant. Stay for the roads. Much respect for you men and women, OTR. Absolutely. I hope you saw that we're going to start our Rabbit Hole channel. Boy, we've talked about a lot of stuff tonight. I'm about ready to lose my voice. I've still got another hour or so before I'm going to start driving, so I'll be in good shape. I'm wide awake. I'll go in here and try to get me an energy drink. I don't really like doing them, but I'm going to get one tonight, I believe. Monster's got a new sugar-free blue one that I want to really try. It's got a new name to it. I saw it the other night. He says he'll definitely subscribe to the Rabbit Hole Conspiracy Channel. Yeah, I got a feeling that a lot of you guys will, because I think 99% of the people that watch my channel are in line the same way that pretty much all of us are.
We all find each other.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. There's my phone number, guys. If anybody needs anything, you can always call me. Trying to get rid of the number. There we go. So Bacon Bourbon and Blue Collar Bullshit. He also goes by the Angry Beaver too, if anybody knows that. We were actually going to call our Wednesday show Trucking with the Fly Rabbit and the Angry Beaver, but I think we got the Rabbit Hole as a much better option. Let's see here. New comment. Keith says, I really bad want to pick your brain about the current administration, some things I see happening, because I want to know if you see the same things happen. Keith, like I said, buddy, you call me anytime, man. I put my number up. I'll be more than happy to discuss. Nothing I like more than helping other guys out in the trucking business, learning from the mistakes that I have made along the way, is talking conspiracy stuff. Because when you talk conspiracy stuff, I don't think 99% of the shit that a lot of people consider conspiracy, I think are actual truth. These 2 airplane crashes last week, guys,
that shit's not adding up for me.
Well, not only is it not adding up, it's almost mathematically impossible for some of this shit to happen. I'm not a military expert. Please understand that, guys. But there's videos out there. You guys can research this yourself. The Black Hawk helicopter is one of the most technologically advanced helicopters that it is, and it just does not run into the back of airplanes.
No. And I'll tell you something about that, which really pisses me off. All military, all of it, tanks, airplanes, the Coast Guard cutters, the ships, the Navy ships, the small boats, we all have something called identifier friend or phone, IFFs. They transmit in the blind, they transmit secure, they have all these different things on there. And the airplanes especially, there would have been something going, hello, dumbass, there's a plane near you. And it would say if there's a plane near you, it would say what it is. They would have all this information coming in. Unless that was completely just cut off, how did they get anywhere near that thing? All that technology is built into that to know that they're on a collision course. If something overcorrects and is going into that path and within a certain amount of time, my only thing I could think of was maybe it was a National Guard training and they screwed a bunch of shit up because they're just not doing it all the time. But there's technology on there that would have said stop or turn immediately or lower your, it really pisses me off that something's not coming out.
You want to know the rumor that I heard?
That the lady wanted to kill herself?
Nope. That's way beyond the facts of what the real deal is. That is put on there just to make look like the Trump to be the bad guy. I don't think that's really the actual pilot. If it is, I might be wrong. But here's what I heard. When this first came out, there was a lot. And again, we've all heard the theory about tribunals that's going on right now. Okay. You've heard it. I've heard it, right? You know about the military tribunals?
Yeah.
Okay. You've heard the theory about Barack Obama and Michelle Obama being a man and all that shit. You've heard all those, right?
Yeah.
Well, the rumor that I've read, and I've not read it just one place, I've read it several places. Barack Obama was on that helicopter, okay, that went down, and he was on his way to Gitmo, which is Guantanamo Bay, for his tribunal and his court case out of this whole deal. Again, this will probably be taken down tonight because it's on YouTube and shit. And again, I'm only repeating what I've read. I can't confirm or deny this. There's also a rumor floating around there that Barack and Michelle or Michael or however you want to look at it were getting ready to go through a divorce.
Yeah, I heard that one.
And supposedly Barack is dating Jennifer Aniston. I don't know if
Yeah,
you've seen this.
heard that too.
Well, I don't know, and I don't know how true any of this is, but the big fireball, literally, no pun intended, was Barack was on that helicopter. And black hats, white hats, good guys, bad guys. Supposedly the black hats, the black cats took that copter out because they didn't want Obama talking with all this Diddy bullshit going on right now. Because there's been pictures with him at the Diddy parties too. Him and Michelle. All this shit's getting hot right now, guys. And you can call me conspiracy theorist all you want to. That's all I look at. That's all I study. And Keith, you can look at it too. But that's the rumor that's floating around. And if that's a true statement, wow, what a story we're going to have here soon. You know what I mean?
The only part that's hard for that with me is there is no way that the guy's daughters, because forget Michelle, but his daughters would have immediately blasted something out, I would think. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know if you've heard that rumor before too, but the two girls, they're not really their daughters. You know that, right? Have you heard that?
No.
Yeah, there's a rumor. Well, she's a fucking man. Michelle is. Okay, you heard that.
Oh yeah,
those two girls were adopted. They're not really there. And again, I know they kind of somewhat. And if 18's on here, he's gonna fucking hammer the shit out of me about it because he doesn't believe half the shit that I tell him. He likes to try to go down the rabbit hole with us, but I think him going down the rabbit hole will make him cry. But anyway, I know the girls. At least one of the girls kind of looks like Michelle a little bit. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But the rumor out there is the two girls are adopted. The one girl, I think the oldest one, has been in and out of drug rehab and all kinds of issues and problems. You've seen that. I know you have. I don't know. There's not a whole lot out there about the younger daughter, but the older daughter is the one that's in and out. And she might be tied up into all this shit too. I don't know. But it's crazy right now. Absolutely crazy. So let me get back to this. Army Kane says Burt's truck stop just south of Olathe, Kansas is now a TA. Wow. Burt's truck stop has been there for years. So I knew Keith had something to say here. But if it's made out to be a conspiracy, then the truth doesn't have to be hidden. Yep. Keith, now here we go. Let's see what Keith says. If they terminated Barack, then yeah, shit's about to get crazy. Buddy, you don't even have a fucking clue what's going on right now. If you didn't hear about this or know about this, there's a lot of shit going on right now. And I'm not saying I believe that one per se, but it's definitely a conversation piece.
Hey, if that's real, yeah, it's gonna get nuts because
he says I can't buy for a single minute that Barack is dating Jennifer Aniston, though. That's crazy. So let me add this to you, and this might help you think about this a little bit. There's this show on Apple TV called it's her and Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon were their news reporters. I can't remember what it is, and I don't know if and I'm not a Jennifer Aniston fan. I don't know what guys see in her. I don't think she's that good looking. I never did.
Me either.
She's never done anything for me. Her acting sucks. Now, Reese Witherspoon's a different story. I think she's a little cutie until she got into that altercation with that cop a few years ago. But anyway, Jennifer Aniston, I mean, almost every movie or TV series that she does, she always brings up Barack Obama. I don't know if you've ever noticed that. I don't know if there's a clue into that. But I think she's always had something, and maybe the two of them have been dating longer than what we know, or if they even are dating. But go back and watch some of her stuff. She said it in at least 2 or 3 different movies and TV series that I know that I've watched. And that broadcast, I'm going to have to look it up now. I can't remember the damn name of it. It's on Apple TV. You've been here, I'm going to tell you. But she brought his name up many a times. Again, I know a lot of that stuff is written for TV and stuff, but still. Jennifer.
Isn't it called Reporters?
No, I'm going to tell you here in just 1 second.
Well, I'm thinking of the other lady.
The Morning Show is the name of the TV show.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty decent. It's not bad for what it is. Of course, Apple TV is about as liberal as you can get. I heard that Apple TV's going under. They're having they have all their subscribers that are canceling because they're just not putting out good shit lately. I mean, there's a few shows on there that have been pretty decent, but again, I think there's too many streaming apps to begin with. I think there needs to be something universal, but maybe one or two that have everything. You know what I mean? And you can just choose, because if you get just one, then it becomes a monopoly, and that's not what our country is about, it being a monopoly. There needs to be options, just like power companies and car companies, and you need to have options, because if you don't have options, you become a monopoly. Then it becomes like China.
We deleted Disney Plus and downloaded that BetKey for my kid.
What's it called?
BetKey from the Daily Wire. So it's non-political and none of that nonsense from the left is in there at all. It's all completely moved out. So it's hundreds of kid shows and young adult stuff.
I've never seen that.
Made for younger kids.
Well, there's good and bad.
Disney Plus, basically.
Right. There's good and bad to that. And the reason I say that, it's like I told you with my daughter. We've never hid anything from her. She is the most advanced political 13-year-old girl you'll ever meet. She knows exactly what's going on because of me and Nicole. We tell her everything. We tell her what's going on. She watches the shit on the TV herself. She watched the inauguration. She watched the first inauguration. 9 years ago, 8 years ago. She's a Trumpster too, just like we are. Always has been. But you gotta be able to look at the left shit just like you look at the right shit. Like on occasions, I'll watch CNN News or MSNBC, which MSNBC is probably the most far left as you can go.
Mm-hmm.
CNN is even kind of getting a little bit more towards the middle here lately, but I watch the other just to see what their views are, just to see how things are going. You got to stay on top of everything. Keith says, you could definitely be right. I never noticed anything about her talking about him because I don't really pay her much attention. Yeah, I don't pay her much attention either. I just noticed it when I was watching the morning show, how many times she said Barack Obama's name in there. It just blew my mind. I mean, it was quite a bit. He says, but movies are much more truthful than they're made out to be. What's funny, again, going down that rabbit hole, there's a movie called Don't Look Up on Netflix. I don't know if you've ever watched that.
I haven't watched that one yet.
You need to watch that because it's comical. It's supposed to be a comedy, and it's pretty much everything that's going on. There's a big comet coming down to fucking Earth, and everybody's on their cell phones or doing stuff on their dating apps, and they don't even care about the fucking comet that's going to come and fucking kill them. Just watch the show; it's really good. That's one, and another one. I can't remember the name of it. I'll have to look that one up too. But these movie companies and these movie executives, they put this shit out in front of us to tease us, and then 4 or 5 years later, the shit really happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, I'll tell you one that I always wondered how real it was. I think it's called No Way Out, where Kevin Costner was the American intelligence officer who was actually, and at the end of it, you see him talking to the other guy in Russian. I was like, whoa. Yep. That was one of the first movies I seen as a kid that I started recognizing, like, wait a second. I haven't seen that show in a long time. I have to watch that again.
So when we do our rabbit hole show, I'm gonna start off with
what's on page 47?
The continuity of government. Did you hear that said by Pete Hegseth the other day when the helicopter went down? The continuity of government.
No, I didn't hear that part.
Okay. So the continuity of government basically means That was a military operation when that helicopter came down. Like I said, Barack
Yeah.
Obama on that fucking helicopter going to Gitmo. So the continuity of government saying that our government was never stopped. Even though Joe Biden was our fucking president, he wasn't our president. And there's been pictures out there of him having attached lobes, detached lobes, blue eyes, black eyes, brown eyes.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
several
That
different
was really weird.
several different actors played Joe Biden. And like I said, with the corporation being dissolved back in 2019, we've had a continuity of government with a shadow president, which was the military. When President Trump became the president in 2017, inauguration, if you remember, go back and watch it on YouTube. He says, I'm giving the power back to the people. And there was a military person, high-ranking military person from each one of the branches. He handed the flag to the Marine, if I remember correctly. I could be wrong on that, but he handed the flag to them. The military took control of our government starting in 2017. That's what continuity of government means. All this shit that we've been going through has been a movie in a roundabout way. And that's what they always say, get your popcorn ready. The movie's about to start. With that being said, when Trump became first president, I remember the media hounding the shit out of him. He went to all these different countries and met with all these different leaders. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He did that. That was called his tour. I forgot what they actually officially called it. Tour to meet all these people. Well, who are the top 3 leaders in the world right now? Think about that for a second.
As far as the countries?
Out of all the countries in the world, who are the top 3?
Would be us, China, and probably Russia.
That's right. 3 of those guys, you got Putin, you got President Xi, and you got President Trump. Those 3 guys, Trump went to those guys and all the leaders and told them, look, we're going to rid the world of all this corruption, the child prostitution, the child trafficking, all that bullshit. He went to them all, and Putin and Xi were right on board with him. So whether you believe that Russia is bad or whether they're good, and same thing with China, the 3 of them are working together to rid the world of all this bullshit. That's why you see Canada resisting right now, because Justin Trudeau, his uncle was Fidel Castro. There's no big secret about that. That's been
Either that or it was his actual dad.
Might be his dad. Who knows? That's why there's resistance right now because of Canada. They changed the name to the Gulf of America because it should have always been the Gulf of America. We should have never gave away the Panama Canal. Greenland is another continent that should be in our power to begin with. Also, whether is it the Netherlands or whatever country has it now?
Denmark.
Denmark, that's it. It's a part of North America. You know what I mean? That's why he wants to do this, because Greenland, there's a lot of oil in Canada and Greenland. And if you really sit down and do the figures and the numbers, we would be the number one, in the world. Alongside with China. China's more of the manufacturing. We would be the oil. Quite frankly, I don't know what Russia really brings to the table, but, just Putin and his power more than anything. That's why these black hats, the media, the black hats, the bad guys, the globalist elites, they always said that 95% of the money in the world is owned by 5% of the global media or global media, global people. The Rothschilds, the big people.
Yeah.
I don't know where I was going to with that, but there's so much shit going on. So Keith has put some comments on here.
Yeah.
Used to be called cable TV. Yep. Yes, I have seen. Don't look it up. It is a good movie, buddy, but it's exactly what's going on. Yeah, and the Simpson predictions. Yeah, buddy, this Simpson shit is a plan too, buddy. This was all predicted. And again, I don't know if a lot of you guys follow Q. If you know what Q is, you ever heard the thing Q?
Mm-hmm.
You have?
I've heard of Q. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the media has attached Q and Anon together and call it QAnon. Well, the
Yeah.
fucked up thing about it is Q is one to 10 people. We don't really know exactly who Q is. The assumption is it's Trump and some of Trump's people. It might just be Trump. Don't know.
Yeah.
Q predictions, all these the Q, they call it the Q clock, has been written since 2017, and it actually officially stopped in 21. Well, almost all the predictions have come true that Q has said, 4 or 5 years ago. Anons are people like me and you. We're anonymous. We're anons, and we believe in the Q movement. Anytime you see Trump, like when he did all of his, 500 rallies that he did the last 4 years, he always does this. You ever notice him pointing to somebody and he does that? Well, he's doing the Q symbol. And if you ever listen to his conversations, like for instance, when he first became president, he says, "Yeah, I went to DC like 17 times. I didn't really know much about DC." It's always 17. The number is always 17. I don't know if you've ever heard that before. Have you ever heard that?
I haven't caught that.
Okay. You know what 17 is, right?
No.
What is Q in our alphabet? It's the 17th letter.
Oh. I'm going to be listening for that.
I'm telling you, go back and watch him. He says it a million times in his fucking thing. 17. It's a conspiracy theory to a point to where it's not mathematically possible to be a coincidence. You know what I mean? He's done it too many times. And that's why they call us Anons, because we believe the movement. Just not all of us know everything that's going on. Mm-hmm. Like I said, I've researched this for 6 or 7 years. People can call me crazy all they want to. But again, you can only go so far to where it's mathematically impossible for me to make this shit up, dude. Seriously.
One thing I don't understand, let's just take Canada and Mexico and Cuba for example. If you're going to take Canada and Mexico, yeah, they don't have a lot of people, but they're massive. Why make them two giant states? Why would you not take each one of those and break them in? I mean, hell, you could take the provinces up there and make them into states, and then I would take Mexico and break it into 3 states. But Cuba should also be owned, I would say, by us as well, at least as a territory. I don't know why when Fidel died and they let the brother take over, nobody went in there and wanted to take that little shitty island. I've been there probably 50 times.
What you don't understand,
on the bad side, anyways. Not
what you don't understand. Mexico and Cuba, we don't want them. We don't need them. They provide nothing to us. Canada, like I said, has resources. Greenland has resources. We have no reason to have those countries. What was you saying before that?
Mexico has minerals for sure, but
yeah,
Cuba is a good island to have, just because it would be a good island to have. I mean, strategically, right there in the Straits.
I don't know, man, but this shit's been going on a long time. So let me read these comments. Keith, obviously, he loves our stuff. Once upon a time, Mar-a-Lago was a presidential winter home. Biden said we were going into a dark winter when he was inaugurated several times. Absolutely. So a lot of people don't know this, but Mar-a-Lago, I think it was, I forget which president, might be FDR, it might have been a little later. Our government owned Mar-a-Lago. They let it go into disarray. The government did. Somewhere around, and again, I don't know when Trump actually bought it, but somewhere around the 70s or 80s, it was a derelict property. And I think the county of Palm Beach bought it, spruced it up, made a golf course out of it, and somewhere along the lines, Trump bought it. And I don't know the timeline, but I just know that our government, yes, it was designed to be the winter presidential home. And again, another part of this rabbit hole, with everything going on with Washington, D.C., and a lot of people don't know this, but D.C. is not a part of the United States. Yeah. Even though they can vote, they're a separate country, believe it or not. I don't even want to call it a country. It's more of a territory.
Yeah, it's territory.
There's rumors that were floating around for a long time, and I don't know if that's still the plan, that they were just going to demolish the government shit in D.C., and Mar-a-Lago was going to be the White House. permanently.
Hmm.
I don't know if Trump would have ever, relinquished. And they were talking about putting the White House and even in Texas at one time. I don't know if
Yeah.
you heard that or not. Austin, Texas is where they were looking at. Just because there's been so much bad shit in D.C. for so many years, they wanted to get. Another thing for you to look up, Keith and you, James, look up Pizzagate. Have you ever heard of Pizzagate?
Yeah, I just briefly, and it happened so fast and was wiped out of everybody's thoughts so fast. I never really got a chance to, because it had to do with that Jersey governor, didn't it?
No, Pizzagate is, and you can go back and see a lot of our leaders, Barack Obama being one of them. You can go back and you can go to Rumble. Rumble's another platform that's not hidden anything. You can Google.
Yeah, that's where I watch a lot of my stuff.
So Pizzagate is child trafficking. There's a pizza place in D.C. I don't know the name of it. They have a basement where they torture kids, kill them, eat them. And again, this is very, very dramatic. And again, it becomes mathematically impossible when there's too many people that's putting shit out there and there's not defamation lawsuits that have come forward, because you can't produce a defamation lawsuit with something that isn't true or even try to. This guy that owns this pizza place never really admitted to it, but he never denied it. There's pictures out there, and you got to look hard where you can see Bill and Hillary Clinton there, devouring on innocent kids. And I say devouring, I mean eating them. There's pictures of Barack Obama in the middle of this shit. And anytime, and they have code words too, like pepperoni pizza means little boy. I don't know all the terms. Hot dogs, popcorn. There's a term and code words for everything. Hey, we're going to come over and we're going to have some pepperoni pizza. And a lot of these leaders have been involved in this shit for years. And when I say years, I'm talking in turn of the century, 1900s, buddy.
Yeah.
This shit has been going on for so many years. And a lot of people don't know this, but the child trafficking organization is more profitable than our drug trade is. And Reagan, when he became president, this is why he was shot the first time, is he found out how deep everything fucking was with the drugs, because you remember their big saying was, no kids on drugs or stay off drugs or whatever it was. Well, the problem was our government and CIA, FBI, all the three-letter agency, the alphabet agencies is what I call them. And is it kind of weird that all of them have three letters? They all stand for something. They're all three letters. Yeah. FDA, FAA, all of them. Well, they're all implicated into this shit, and it's been going on for years. And it's been right in front of our eyes, and they play this shit with us all the time. And they joke about it. You remember a couple years ago when Ricky Gervais did the Oscars? And he went. Remember that? He did that on fucking purpose because he was ousted by these people. So you get a movie star or an actor or an actress or somebody that has disappeared for a while. Well, guess what? They don't want to play around with the game anymore. In order to be a part of this elite system, whether you're a politician or, a movie star, actress, musician, whatever, you got to play the game with them. If you don't, they'll oust you. And it makes sense.
Yeah. I thought with today's technology and social media and everybody, can know something in an instant and have it spread around the world in an instant, it's got to be much harder for them to hide it, which is why it's all starting to come out. Bits and pieces and bits and pieces. And the little pieces are starting to add together, and they're not going to be able to hide all this shit forever.
Yep.
And all come crashing down.
He's got a couple comments. So if we're going to go down, bring the Simpsons into the doctor on the Simpson, said that broccoli has been trying to warn us how bad it is for us and the horrible smell. Yeah. Again, so here's the thing when it comes to food, and again, I know a lot of us, there's certain things that we like and we can't get rid of, even though it's bad for us, because this shit's been put in front of us for years. And again, the thing that, and my wife can attest to this, I know she's not on here, but if it's got a mother, then it's okay to eat. if it doesn't have a mother, then it's not okay to eat. And I mean that as animals, not people,
Yeah.
obviously. Animals. So when you start dealing with plants or anything that's grown in the ground, it's got oxalates in it, which is bad for you. And that's why the carnivore diet is the way to go. Yeah, I agree with you. The Simpsons have been warning us for years on stuff. It's absolutely a coincidence that Trump bought Mar-a-Lago and then became the president later. My understanding is Trump approached about running law. Yeah, so here's the deal. Trump was actually approached. So let me go back to about 2009, 2010. Barack Obama was really close to being impeached. I don't remember what he did at that time, but he was really close to being impeached. Our military leaders at the time, and I'll go back to this in a minute and remind me to go back to the JFK stuff. But our military leaders at the time really wanted to bring somebody in to run for president. Somebody, and I don't want to say control them, but somebody that they could trust. They went to Trump back in like 2010. They wanted him to run in, the 12 to 13 race or whatever year it was before he actually became president. And at that time, Barron was just born, or maybe was a baby. I don't remember what the story was, or maybe Ivanka was young. He didn't have any interest in it. He said, no, you know what? I'm going to pass. He's a multi-billionaire. Why would he want to do that? And then somebody, and I don't know who it was, somebody convinced him to run in the 16 to 17 race, and he got involved in it somewhere around 14 or 15. And like I said, Barack was really close to getting impeached. And I don't know if you guys know this, but Trump was so popular. If you remember Hillary, she always had that smirk on her face, like she knew she was going to fucking win. And they had it set for her to fucking win. The only problem was people like me and you and the believers, and this is before any of this conspiracy shit, before we knew anything. It's just Trump looked so good for the economy at that time. We needed the economy to turn around, and he just said everything right. He beat I remember all the Republicans that ran against him, and eventually he was just talked into it, and he fucking won by a landslide. Yes. And then when Biden ran, they weren't going to let that happen again. That's the story that we've been told. Me personally, I think Trump's been the president the whole fucking time. The Biden thing becoming president was a plant, along with Kamala running this last time. I think that was all a plant just to show, and we call them normies is what we call them. When I say normies, the people that don't read any of this shit that we're going through. He had to convince the normies where the Democratic Party was going. We had to weed out who all the bad guys was, because a lot of people don't know this, but like 98, 99% of all the senators and House of Representative people, they're just as complicit to all this shit. There's only like 3 or 4 people that you can even trust in those areas at all. One of them being the guy from Kentucky, the doctor. What's his name? I can't think of his name off the top of my head.
I can't. No.
Keith, let me know who that is. I know you know who it is, but he's one of the only ones. Ted Cruz, I'm kind of on the fence with. Lindsey Graham has kind of proved his point. He's a traitor. I never liked him. But again, this shit's been going on for so many fucking years. Trump had to weed all the bad people out. And I don't know if you've noticed, it actually has gotten into the media again to where they're trying to change the laws to where Trump can run for, they say, a 3rd term, but I think it's actually his 4th term. Did you see they're actually trying to change that?
Yeah, well, they're trying to change it, but they're also saying, like,
Ron Paul
may actually qualify for it.
Ron Paul, he just said it. Ron Paul, that senator. I'm not so sure that I agree with that. I think there's danger into that on the opposite side. Of course, I would love to have Trump forever. I think he can straighten this country out. But on the reverse side of that, if we change the law, well, guess what? That gives the Democrats the ability to do the same thing too.
I don't understand how they were able to change so many things. And the problem is when you have all three branches of government do whatever the hell you want, and there's no way to stop it. There's nearly no way to stop anything. Not everything is a law that goes to the Supreme Court, so not everything can be stopped. So I don't know. I like that. I would say it would be nice that there can never be three total controlled branches, but if you do that, then we might be willing to work with some stuff. They're always going to vote party lines on that side 90% of the time.
Oh, I know what I was going to talk about. The Canada thing. We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
Canada will never become a state. And let me tell you why. Now, they might be a territory. They'll never become a state to where they can vote. Because think about it. My wife. Hang on, bro. She tells me I look bored, that I'm getting tired. I don't think I feel bored at all. I think we got a good conversation going here. Think about this for a second. 95% of Canada lives in the Toronto area. Okay? Toronto, Montreal area, which is over by New York and Detroit. The rest of the country is pretty much desolate. So,
well, those little spots that are technically lower into America, they should just redraw that line, make all that population America, and then the rest of it, well, we don't want that part.
Well, that's the problem. 95% of those people are liberal. Think about that for a second, because they live in the bigger cities. So that would become a problem when it comes to the Electoral College with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. Because even if they just redrew that line and just took those little portions that are dipped down into America and made that part of that state, now that state, it would change it from a swing state to a non-swing state.
And they've always said that our forefathers were brilliant when they did the Electoral College years ago.
Yeah.
How did they fucking come up with that? I mean, seriously, think about that. If we were to make Canada a state, we would have to figure out where it would be even. Because if we didn't and just brought them into a state, they're a liberal state. It's impossible. Key says federal election law says that in the event of foreign interference in a federal election, that the incumbent remains in office until the threat is neutralized and a safe election can be held. 1,000%. That's why Trump has always been president on paper. But again, he gave our country back in 2017. He gave our country back to the people and put the military in control. And honestly, Pete Hegseth, I think, slipped up the other day when he said continuity of government. That's what the term continuity of government means, being run by a shadow president, and Trump has always been the president, like you said, because of foreign interference. You remember about 3 years ago when the Supreme Court was doing the Roe versus Wade shit. You remember that?
Yeah.
That was bullshit. What they were doing is they were trying to figure out if there was election interference. They didn't let the public know about this because it would have caused a riot. Well, they determined there was election interference, which kept this law into effect, like what he's talking about. That's why we had continuity of government, and that's why Pete Hegseth said that the other day about that helicopter crash, because we've always been in continuity of government. Now, the continuity of government ended somewhere around 2023, but the unofficial president, Biden, continued the continuity of government. Think about that for a second. Why would Biden sign that if it was really Biden?
Yeah.
And he's not really the president anyways. But anyway, that's besides the point. Let me catch up on these comments. And we're going to cut it loose here. We're almost at 4 hours. Did someone say Rand Paul? Yep. Rand Paul. He's the good guy. John Radcliffe published a report stating that there was foreign interference by more than one foreign entity. Yep. And guys, let me tell you something. Have you all noticed that all these tech giants. You got Facebook, you got Google, Apple, all these tech giants all of a sudden are on Trump's balls. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
They're on Trump's balls because if anybody knows when you commit election interference is treason. There's only one thing that comes with treason. That's execution. So guess what? Zuckerfuck is becoming a little puppet, and he's singing the blues just like Bezos and all these other fucking people are. They don't want to be executed because they were a part of all the election interference. You can't deny that. How many posts did you get taken down during those years with Facebook? Think about it. Yeah. So all this shit that we're talking about, have I brought up new shit to you that you didn't even think about?
No.
Okay, so you knew about all this.
Pretty much. Maybe not as deep on some of them, but yeah, for sure.
Those
I
Canadians
don't really have anybody to talk about with it. You know what I mean?
got me, man. Like I said, me and you and the wives are going to go to dinner one night because your wife's on board with all this shit too, right?
Well, I mean, most of my family is like obviously, more on the right side, just blue collar people. You know what I mean? Which generally where we stand. But when it comes down to shit, most of them just don't care because they don't see how it affects them. And
let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If I didn't have my wife and she was on the other side or even in the middle, buddy, we would have already murdered each other, buddy. But she is 1,000% on the same trajectory, whatever that word is, that I am with all this shit. We are both 100% on that. So just like Army Kane here says, those Canadian cities are all next to liberal U.S. cities and states. Absolutely. Buffalo, Detroit, all those cities. So let's say I own all of the media. Legally, the government cannot control the media, so all I have to do is tell them and not report was actually absolutely. So here's the thing, and it's no big secret. All your media, with the exception of maybe one or two entities, are all owned by the same people. They say the same shit on every newscast.
Yeah, that was spooky the first time I heard that.
Very spooky. And Fox Media, I got a buddy of mine that just strives for Fox, and I have to remind him all the time, buddy, Fox is just as complicit as the rest of them are. They say they're fair and balanced. They're not fair and balanced. There is only one news agency that you can watch and get 100% of facts, and they're new and upcoming. They only started right around the end of 2019, 2020. They're called Right Side Broadcasting. Anybody that's never heard of them, download their app. They've got a YouTube page. They got their own news sources. They're the only news agency that went to every single one of Trump's rallies throughout the whole time. Download it. Watch them. They've got shit on all their YouTube channels. They've actually had their shit blocked and taken down because of YouTube and stuff, because of some of the stuff. Watch it. So how long has it been since the media reported the truth? That's a good question. And I don't really have, and I'll go back to the JFK stuff. That's one thing I want to talk about, and then we're going to be done for the night. I don't have an answer for that. I know at least the last 40 or 50 years, at least since JFK was president. BlackRock. So let me tell you guys a little something, and then I'll read the last bit of comments. The JFK thing. So the abolition of the IRS, and we have a new money system that's going to come along once the IRS is abolished. It's called NESARA GESARA. NESARA meaning the national money system, which is us, and GESARA is global, basically the G and the N. I don't know if you've ever heard of this. It's called rainbow currency, was the original term. There's been some snapshots of it that's been on the web and stuff. So with that being said, this NESARA, GESARA, and the IRS abolishing, first time that they wanted to do it, JFK was president. Guess what happened? The day before he was assassinated, or the day after he was assassinated, was the date they were supposed to bring this into place. The second time that it happened was Ronald Reagan. Same thing. They didn't succeed with Ronald Reagan. He got a little scared, like I said, when the drugs and all that. He kind of backed down. Nothing bad about Reagan. Reagan was a decent president. He tried to do what he could do. Unfortunately, you can only do so much when your own life's involved. The next time that it was supposed to have happened, and the president at the time really wasn't all for it, but unfortunately he was told to do it, was September the 10th or September the 12th. I'm sorry. What happened during that time period? The buildings came down. There was a lot of gold and a lot of money in the building that they imploded after the towers came down. There was a big lease on that building. There was a lot of. That's why I say go watch Loose Change. They don't talk about NESARA, GESARA, or IRS or any of that shit because that movie was made back in the late 2008, 2009, somewhere in that area. But all this shit they've tried to do, and they tried to kill Trump last year too, several times. And guys, I don't know if you know this or not. There's only 2 assassination attempts that they've actually talked about. There's actually been over 10 assassination attempts. One of them was at Mar-a-Lago. There's been several at Mar-a-Lago actually that they've actually caught before the media got a hold of it. And again, the media is going to run away with anything they can when they have news like that because they want it to happen, obviously. Trying to think where I was going with this. This whole IRS thing, BlackRock, all these companies that you are talking about, the globalists, they do not want this to happen because guess what? That's where their money comes from. That's how they launder their shit. Same thing with the child trafficking, the drugs. Any way they can launder the money. Buddy, I might not even wake up tomorrow with all this conversation that we're talking about tonight. Guys, I've been studying this for years. Again, I'm not saying any of it's true, and I'm not saying any of it's not true, but we ought to call this show the Rabbit Hole tonight, buddy, because we're pretty deep tonight. But I'm only about 1/100th of everything that's going on. I mean, there's a lot more that's going on.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it would take me 5 years just to discuss everything with you. So, going back a little bit, on Rumble, go on Rumble, find a guy named Phil Godlewski, Godlewski. For the last 5 or 6 years, he has been putting up videos. 1 week he'll do a JFK video. 1 week he'll do a September 11th video. There's one on Pearl Harbor. You name it. Everything that we've ever had happen to us. Any major event that we have happened to us was a purpose and a reason. Oklahoma City bombing. There's a purpose for everything that has happened. And just because they said this guy did it or that guy did it doesn't mean that it's true. Our government killed JFK. I believe that 1,000%. They were trying to. So basically, the Federal Reserve, they are not owned by our federal government. It's no big secret. They're a private bank. They have been controlling our government for years, along with other governments throughout the world. They support both sides of a war. They always have. That's how they make money. That's how these big families, stay rich. And when I say rich, I don't know if you know it, the numbers between, if you count to 1 million, it'll take you like 7 years to count to one. I forget the exact number, but it's like 7 years to count to 1 million. Yeah. If you count to 1 billion, it takes you like 700 years. Let that sink in for a little bit, the difference of money. And when you go to trillion, I don't even know the number what trillion is. So these people that have all this money, whatever that next level of money is past trillion is what they have. So D says my replay numbers are going to be low. I disagree with him. Man,
most people don't last until the 4th hour anyhow.
Yeah, we've only scratched the surface of a few topics. Yeah, we're going to take this show to the rabbit hole. Give me a couple weeks, guys. We'll get something panned out on this once me and James. I want him to get through his training period, and I say training period, but get him a couple weeks in. We'll figure something out. We'll get something started. Keith, if you're up to coming on the show, buddy, I'd love to have you on the show. You can even come on the shit show if you want to. All right, guys, if anybody's got any more questions, we're down to 9 people. We went from like 27 people to 9 in the last 10 minutes. I think it's
everybody's falling asleep.
Ran 4 hours. All right, James, man, get you some rest. I'll cut the live off, man. Have a good night.
Y'all take it easy.
Have me tomorrow, man. Let me know how things go.
Will do. See you.
All right, bye.